Good morning, everybody, and welcome back for the final day of Colorado Open action. It's day number 3. Stephen James and Stephen White here with you for a big one. Great day of action on your way for you. Colorado Open here at Denver, and we are in the Rec Room Underground, and we're going to start with some big matches. We are in the last 32 stage. Got 2 matches from this round to show you. Then we'll see the last 16 and a quarter-final before we bid you farewell for a couple of hours and come back tonight. Loads to do today, loads to get through. We will see 3 champions crowned at the end of today, whether it be the Open, the Women's or the Junior Opens. And there's a sense around the room this morning, Steve, that it's just got that different feel, hasn't it? Yesterday was lively, it was bouncy. There's a touch of seriousness that's descended on the Rec Room today.
Yeah, so Trophy Day is always different. The feel is, the air's thin up here in Denver, but it feels very thick in this room. There's a lot of matches going on behind us, current last 32 rounds, and the matches we're going to see right here to open up, Jordan and Grant. Grant had a pretty good showing. Obviously, Jordan is really playing well, so that's going to be a great match. And then the second one, I know we've all kind of fallen in love with the story of the resurgence of Dave Matlock, but he's got a tough one with Chris Reinhold because Chris doesn't play around when it comes to this last day action.
Yeah, it's a serious couple of matches we've got to kick off. As Stephen said, Jordan Shepherd versus Grant Berg is our first one. Jordan Shepherd all the way from Wales in the UK. Grant Berg is not too far away he's a Kansas City boy. Played pretty well yesterday, but got bumped into the loser's side by Chris Reinhold and then took out Amy Beecher in the loser's qualification round. Saw a bit of that match. Looked like he was shooting pretty good, but there's another level he's going to have to go to if he's going to get the better Jordan Shepherd, you feel?
Yeah, and the field is so thick right now. You have multiple players that probably shouldn't be on the B side coming into the losers qualification, but they are, and so the matches out there on those tables right now, they're very interesting. I was watching Chris Melling, of course. Joe Prince knocked out Tom Cousins to the B side. There's so much going on. There's so many stories to tell. It's hard to grab one, but I float towards that Dave Matlock story because he lost his very first match.
He did, yeah. He's had some loser side run.
Yeah, absolutely. And then of course Tom Cousins taking the loss. I'll be excited to see how he performs on Trophy Day. Yeah,
he is a notoriously big Trophy Day player, but well, if you wait to know how he's playing, he had a battle late last night in the losers qualification. Saw it on this table, 6-5 over Kevin Guimond. It couldn't have been much closer. He's working up this morning. He's already safely through. I believe it was 7-0 his win in the last 32. So he's woken up and he's had his cornflakes this morning.
Yeah, and then we also, obviously, we can't forget about the reigning and defending champion Chris Melling. He's playing his match
Still
now.
undefeated in open competitions with Ultimate Pool USA.
Still undefeated, but we have an American champion in the field too. Mr. Justin Bergman won the Shootout on Friday night.
It looked amazing yesterday.
I know that whatever happens in the next few hours, we're going to be in for a real treat as viewers, and as a fan, I'm here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be with you, as I say, for 2 last 32 matches. I'll then see 2 from the last 16 and a quarter-final before we take a break for a couple of hours. And when we come back this evening, we'll see 2 Open semi-finals and the 3 finals. Loads to come today, live from the Rec Room here in Denver, Colorado. But it's about time we kick things off, and we do kick off with a good one. Jordan Shepherd versus Grant Berg is next.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Here we go then. Good morning, everybody. We are underway in the Colorado Open Championship Sunday. Jordan Shepherd taking on Grant Berg to kick things off this morning.
And it's always fun on Trophy Day. Trophy Day is my favorite. It's hard to pick a fun day. We have the shootout on the first day. We have all the action on the second day, and then Trophy Day. It's very difficult to pick my favorite, but I got to think that Trophy Day is my favorite because the tension is so high.
Yeah, for sure. And it's only gonna get a little bit more tense as the day continues. Quite a few of our last 32 matches are already in the books.
Yeah, there's several players that are moving on to that final 16. I know East Texan Ray Reeves won his match over Mr. Marvin, and I know Joe Prince was victorious this morning as well. Chris Melling on his way to victory. Lots of good matches. I'm pretty excited for David Matlock and Chris Reinhold. That's coming to you next. So if you're watching now, make sure you go get something to eat and grab something to drink during the break in between matches, because you're not going to want to miss that one. And this is a interesting situation here. Sheppy not staying at the table there, giving Grant Berg, who played quite well the last time we saw him.
Yeah, good player. Watched him alongside Nate Kane, who's very familiar with Grant in the Kansas City area. He's a much improved player, big money player. Doesn't usually do the whole tournament thing, but he's enjoying his experience here in Colorado so far. Watched him yesterday against Chris Reinhold, where he was beaten in the end, but showed us a little bit of what he can do, and I think that experience out there will help him coming into today. And watched a bit of his game in the losers qualification round that he had against Amy Beecham, which he played very, very well towards the back end of that match.
Oh no, that's the worst thing you want on the very first game of the set. Unfortunate for Grant, but Jordan Shepherd going to come to the table and do what he can do here. He's got a pretty simple layout. I highly expect him to get out here. Sometimes the first match of the final day can always be a little shaky It's not the easiest thing to overcome, knowing that you're this close. Can be brain rattling for a lot of players. But one that's not going to have that issue is definitely Jordan Shepherd. He's been here tons of times. He knows what it takes to win one of these events.
Yeah, and worth pointing out that, you know, I said this yesterday with, ironically, I think with Grant as he played against Chris Reinhold. You know, sometimes you can make mistakes as if you're Jordan Shepherd, and sometimes they will give you chances. They very, very, very rarely give you two. And that's exactly what just happened there.
Yeah, 100%. And something that we haven't touched on a whole lot, I'm pretty excited for. Of course, we call it Trophy Day because it's not just one winner we're getting here. We're getting 3 champions. And something that's unique to this event over Kansas City, both of our returning champions from KC are here for the, well, actually all 3 of the defending champions
Yeah,
are
defending.
here. So it's very exciting. Sophia Mass will defend her women's title, as well as Caden Herbach is going to defend his juniors title. And the fields are only getting stronger with every event. I know in the juniors alone we have several very, very good contenders. Sophia Mast, obviously, Shane Petrick, Jordan Helfrey, Caden Herbach is still in, Brendan Green. There's a lot of good juniors at this event. Also, Sophia did a pretty remarkable feat, ending up in the finals of 2 championship matches last time, only falling to Caden Herbach in the juniors division. And she's still in the women's as well here, so she could be looking for a repeat, maybe a little revenge. I know she'd like to take home 2 titles.
Yeah, she's currently in the winners' qualification round in the women's.
And nothing better than having to make space for 2 trophies in your suitcase.
It's going to get to the point where the Pink Dagger is starting to automatically take an extra suitcase along with her whenever she travels. All right then, Sheppy. What we got for us in this rack should be routine enough from here. Don't think he's going to do anything other than just accept distance on the 1 ball.
Head referee Scott Price, you see him there, keeping an eye on the shirt of Jordan Shepherd. We do play all ball fouls, so making sure that there wasn't a touch of the shirt. Our referees do a phenomenal job here in the arena.
Yeah, that they do. Big shift for Scott and Mark this weekend. Both been fantastic as always at the International Referees Organisation.
I also think one of the many jobs that people don't see is our great cameramen, Andy and Luke. They really do work all day long, every day that they're here, and they do a great job as well. There's so much of a good team that we have here. It's really been fun to work with everybody. Jordan really doing a great job of getting out on that rack. It's going to be a 2-0 lead for the Welsh Wizard.
Yeah, really nice from Jordan Shepherd, and as I say, that first frame feels like a big one already. Grant had a great opportunity. He'll be really gutted that he didn't take it. The way that it unfolded was terrible, really. A really sort of basic error. Not the sort that we're used to seeing from him. As you see in the background there on the left-hand side, that is Jordan's brother Luke, who's made the trip over to Colorado to cheer his brother on.
Yeah, I've given him the nickname of Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah, he'll be delighted with that, I'm sure.
Very, very nice person. Very respectable, enjoys his time over here. I think this is his first trip over here as well, and I know he's had a blast.
Jordan breaking dry here.
Oh, he made one. I didn't even see it in the corner.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Oh, it went in so fast.
I actually, I don't even know if Jordan realised that, actually, because I was going purely off his body language and what I saw. I didn't see the first one go in. He didn't look particularly happy.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to move towards his chair, honestly, so maybe it caught him by surprise. Oh, look at this bank. That's a tough one to take on for an opener.
Yeah, and he's going to have to keep on digging here.
Not doing himself any favors.
Yeah, the two stripes are awkward by the entrance to the kitchen. I wonder what his plan is to disturb them, because I don't think he can manufacture them into a combo. So this could be the shot right here, and it's got to be a good one.
Oh, and he hit it good, but he didn't get much of a help on that. He
has a shot. He has a couple of options, actually. He can take the 13 long to the bottom right. He might even be able to cut the 10 in, but that's a tougher shot.
Yeah, it's kind of risk-reward. So you're tree-topped on the 8-ball on this shot, and I think that had a big deal with what just happened there. But taking the 10, you would have had no shot afterwards. So, I mean, he was really in a nasty spot.
My American pool parlance continues to expand. Treetops, I like that.
Treetops, sitting over a ball.
Yeah. We call that Chinese snookered in there.
Chinese snookered.
Yeah, or to continue the translation, Chinese hooked.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, that's how it works over in good old Blighty. But I like treetopped. Still that one. Add it to the repertoire. Grant Berg must make this go, and I do think he still has a problem to navigate. I don't think the 4 passes to the top left, and if it doesn't, he's got an issue to work out.
Yeah, and the conditions are not great for Grant here to get out the 4 balls in such a tight spot. But the conditions of this table are very nice. It's been a phenomenal weekend on this table. Very, very good venue we have here in Rec Room Underground. And honestly, the weather here in Colorado has been great. Oh, Grant really had a good opportunity there, but he had to throw the ball and work the cue ball a little, and it's caused him to miss.
Yeah, he would never miss that normally, and you can tell by the amount he's missed that, how much he was trying to throw it. Didn't quite get it right.
Yeah, and honestly, I think simplistic would have been better. I think he could have just played natural, really. I think sometimes you get under these lights with the cameras and everything, it can drive your nerves into a frenzy. I had a little bit of a conversation with Sophia Mass this morning as she came in with her coach Sam, and kind of asked her just a quick question as Jordan takes this rack down. He's going to go to a 3-0 lead against Grant. But I asked Sophia, I said, do you get nervous? And she, because she's a great player, and she always looks so calm and collected. So she told me, she said, yeah, of course, I get nervous in every match I play. I said, wow, really? And she goes, yeah, I think if you're not just a little nervous, then you play a little lackluster. And that was a good point.
Keeps you sharp.
I think, especially being, 16 years old, I think having those nerves, of course, coming from somebody who just won a World Junior Championship, I'm sure her nerves were more than just a little there. But
yeah, and I think that's a thing that will progress as she gets older. It is really easy to forget because she's so mature and so good at the table and has achieved so much already. She is just 16 years old, and that is a very, very young age. It's something both of us can barely even remember being 16, I dare say, Stephen. But when you think about that, you know, there will be times when nerves get the better of Sophia because she is so young and still so inexperienced. But I think as she gets older and more mature, just in the game, she'll start to, I think, relish those nerves a little bit. You know, you see someone like Jordan Shepherd who's been playing tournaments since, you know, he could reach the table. You know, he might not get as nervous, but when he does get them, he knows it's go time, and he performs better on the big stages, and that is a part of what helps him, is those butterflies, is that adrenaline that gets released.
Yeah, and Jordan's a very emotional player, as we saw in the shootout against Chris Melling, when he knew that he'd won it, which, by the way, was less than a second of winning.
He plays with his heart on his sleeve, Jordan, and you know, he's a very, very popular player. You know, back in the UK, he's got a real following.
For good reason.
Yeah, I think if you asked a lot of people who their favourite player was, Jordan Shepherd would be right at the top of that list. And yeah, and one of the reasons people love him is because they can relate to him. He shows his human side. He's superhuman sometimes to what he does at the table, but he also shows us that he's a human with his emotions as well. He's got a shot to play here, mind.
I'll tell you, the fan base in America.
He's judged that brilliantly.
That was a great shot. A beautiful little bump on the 15.
Yeah.
His fan base in America has definitely grown. I
warned you, didn't I?
He was
Kansas City. I said that. Well, you'd never seen him play in Kansas City. And I said, you might not know him now. You will.
Yeah, and I feel like there's more and more players like that, you know, not being introduced to Ultimate Pool, because ultimately, pun intended, you know, we don't watch a whole lot of the Ultimate Pool from over there. You know, there's obviously a group that does, but I started to afterwards, but I had never seen some of these players, and Tom Cousins is a phenomenal player. Of course, I knew Chris Melling before.
Yeah.
But Shane Thompson, Cleve Thompson, Jordan Shepherd, Amy Beecham, all players that I'd never heard of that now I'm huge fans of. So, and that's only going to continue to grow as we get more and more players coming over. And I think all it does is help the sport, and it's exciting to see the new players.
Yeah, for sure, and there definitely will be an element of, you know, let's get a little bit 1700s with it, US versus UK, and
I would love to see something like that in the works. I don't know if it is or if it can be, but
like our own sort of version of the Moscone, you mean?
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind that.
Scott Ryan, make it happen.
I think that'll be a very popular event.
Another thing I was really excited about is I did have a small conversation with Amy as we see Grant here at the table with an opportunity. I spoke with Amy yesterday, and we kind of talked about some of the female players. I'm a very, very big fan of the young lady from France.
Marion Jude, yeah.
She is phenomenal, and Amy agrees with me, and I asked her, I said, when do we get to see her? When's she coming over? And she said, well, you know, I've been trying to get her to come over, and if you ever get a chance to see her, she's, from what Amy says, she's just the sweetest person in the world, but she plays a scary, scary game.
Yeah, she's amazing. Oh, it's just unfolding a little bit for Grant. It's easy to happen, and again, without labouring on the point too much, I just go back to that first rack. A huge chance he was granted by Jordan Shepherd to go 1-0 in front, and the mistakes that Grant has made since have been, you know, sort of acceptable mistakes, really. There were tough shots that he's taken on and not executed, and, you know, you can live with that. But the one in the first rack, just feel like it probably spooked him a little bit as well, making such an error like that on a, you know, it's a big game for him out in the arena. Wouldn't be human if he wasn't feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, it's been rough for Grant. I'm going to steal a line from our good friend Jeremy out there. It's a pickle on a barn floor. You know what that is?
I do not know.
It's a dirty deal.
Ah, okay.
And Grant's really had to deal with a tough spot here. But he's going to get a shot back at the table. See what he can do. I like the way that Grant is playing this, but I think he's going to run into an issue here with the 7-ball.
You called it. I don't know if you expected the issue to arise so early, but there it is.
Well, it's so difficult to draw that ball. It was a long shot, and it's difficult to move it 2 or 3 inches. You can move it 10, and you can move it 0.1, but it's so difficult to draw a ball that's that far away, just a few inches.
Oh, has he got a line here? I'm not sure he has.
I don't think he does. I think he's gonna have to kick at this ball. He can see something. Watch out for the cue ball, because if it happens to squeeze by that 15, it's almost guaranteed to go into the corner pocket. I really like the kick behind. I think you can soft kick it and lay your 7 up on the 14. Got to hit it. Oh, well. The 10 ball being there is really going to hurt Grant, because it's almost an automatic breakout for Jordan. All he's got to do is find the angle.
Yeah.
Oh, and he actually took a different route, but he played it absolutely phenomenal. He's got the 14, the 10. Yeah, this is slowly getting a little out of hand. Grant just making little itty bitty mistakes that are just costing him the game. If you're a Grant Berg fan, you're probably sitting a little distraught in your chair right now, because the score is now 5-0. The man from Wells has come to play. There you see Chris Melling in the background. Finished his match, has decided to come over and sweat a little bit on Sheppy's match. It's always fun seeing the other players come and support whoever's playing on the TV table. It's really fun to watch. I know Cleve Thompson sat and watched a lot of the match last night with Tom Cousins, and if Chris is playing on the TV table, usually Shane and Jordan Shepherd are not too far away.
Yeah, they like to support, which is nice. There's a little bit of a fraternity. The UK guys with the break, and he is going to make a ball. It's a good break and a good chance as well.
Just needs to work out. His really only problem ball is going to be the 3 ball, and it's not really a problem. It's just simply getting a decent shot on the right side of it. Well, and he's making it a lot harder on himself.
Can you get through to the 3 now, though? That would help. You can.
I think he can.
Yeah, that's not bad. Wants to, if he can, get rid of the 5 earlier. Oh, I see how he's tried to plan that. Tried to take the 6 into the side, but he's short.
Well, he's still got an opportunity here. He can play the 5 in the corner past the 8 with just a nice touch and move across the table for the 4 or the 6. I think he needs to take the 5 here. He played that really well. I'm not going to fault that at all.
Yeah, and he can still... I do like the route that he's taken. now that he's executed it.
I always get nervous when you're going kind of back and forth on the table.
Yeah.
I feel like
I can see why. I can see why.
Yeah.
I think his rationale there was because there was so much space on that side of the table. Was quite tough to go wrong. Oh, he's short. He's short. That's pretty unforgivable.
Well, and he can cut this in the side, and the natural path should send him up just around the corner in the top right. And all he's got to do is control the speed and not scratch, and he'll have a shot on the 8-ball. But it is a very touchy shot, and it's hard to judge the cut point when the ball is so close.
Yeah.
You see a lot of times people overcut the ball when the cue ball is very close to their work.
Digging down on this a bit as well, which makes it tougher.
I like the natural shot. He played it well.
He's played it really well.
Oh, he's making me nervous. I want to see Grant Berg do well, and his lines are just very, very scary as a spectator. Great job there. He's off to the races, hopefully. Kansas City native gets a game on the board. Jordan's break has been working very, very well.
Yeah, he seems to have found his technique that he's happy with. He can be quite fickle on the break, and Jordan, but hand on the table, into that head ball hard. He seems to be pretty consistent, really.
Yeah, a couple balls down, and everything is so spread out, it's hard to think. I tell you what, if he keeps breaking like that, I don't know if he can be beat.
I said that yesterday about Justin Bergman. He was safely through, by the way. We've not really spoken about him much today. But he's already won his last 32 match. He won that 7-1 first thing this morning. He was done pretty quickly.
He had a pretty good note there for Justin, because he's not one to enjoy playing in the morning, as am I. I do not like morning matches. But he is into the final 32. I'm sorry, the final 16.
It's a nice shot from Jordan. Perfectly set then to go on the hill for the Welsh Wizard. This was our viewers pick game from earlier on this morning. We asked you on the Ultimate Pool USA Facebook, what match do you want to see? And I think Jordan Shepherd certainly has his fans, and I think Grant Berg certainly has his fans as well. Plenty of our Missouri boys and girls were getting right behind Grant to get him his big match. And sadly, it's not quite been the experience that he would have liked.
Yeah, not only that, but Jordan Shepherd had a ton of votes, but the other match that also was a big vote was Dave Matlock and Chris Reinhold. It was very, very close, I know that. And we're going to get a treat because we get to see both of those matches.
Yeah, absolutely.
So speaking a little bit about that last 16, Ricky Evans and Jovan Bustamante are off to the races. Jovan has a 1-game lead to Ricky Evans 0. Robert Moreno and Justin Bergman are waiting on opponents. Gabe Owen and Adam Cisneros, 2 players from the Shootout. They've just started Gabe Owen up a game. Tom Cousins and Lucas Taylor scheduled soon. And Joe Prince and Ray Reeves already started. Joe Prince off to a big lead, 3-0. Chase Stumful and Sean Halleck are waiting on opponents from the prior rounds. I know Eric Picard and William Meacham are in a really tight battle. It's 4-5. And Tyrell Blowers just won against Jonathan Lopez as I'm staring at the bracket. Guys, if you want to go follow your favorite player, ultimatepoolusa.com/live-scoring. That's live scoring with the dash in between. You can follow your favorite player. All have live scoring updates so you can keep up with them minute by minute. And Grant here has a great opportunity at the table. And he absolutely has an opportunity to be in this match. All you can do is hold serve and hope that Jordan has a rough break or a flaw somewhere in the next game. Uh-oh, what happened here? Looks like we might have had a foul. We're going to give up ball in hand.
Not been his day.
And what I like to use is when it rains, it pours, and it really is pouring right now for Grant Berg. And Jordan Shepard looking as confident as ever as he moves towards the final 16 of the Colorado Open. Just a little bit of the puzzle left to solve. And I think he's got it. He's going to have a good line to the 3-ball here. And just holding there for, I believe he's going to shoot the 4-ball straight down. He'll have the cue ball in a good spot for the 6-ball. Something that Jordan does very, very well is just the simple shots. He's down on the 8-ball and through to the final 16 of the Colorado Open. Jordan Shepard, the Welsh Wizard, beating Grant Berg, and we'll get a moment with him in the arena here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Back here in the arena, Ultimate Pool USA, Mr. Jordan Shepard through to the final 16. Jordan, you put on a great performance. Your break was working well. You had a little bit of a misstep in the first rack. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I just didn't know how to play the shot. I needed Melin to play that one for me, or Bergman, or any of the people who got experience with these balls and tables. But yeah, I played right. Obviously, Grant struggled a bit with the conditions, I think. But yeah, I was up, just steady away, really.
Yeah, I mean, your break was really pounding, and we saw kind of the same thing with the success of Justin Bergman yesterday. His break was just working, and that's what it was. So that's what I think it came down to. Your break was working. Unfortunately for Grant, he was having some trouble. He was getting some good opportunities and just simply not able to get out there. And it's got to be tough playing somebody like you. The lights, I know you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
And obviously with the shootout win in Kansas City, I know you're here to win. How bad do you want to win this Open?
Yeah, it'd be lovely. Obviously, I had a disappointing end to the shootout Friday after my kangaroo jump in. But yeah, I missed a few chances against Tom, and obviously, as you expect, he punished me. But yeah, ate the ball pretty well yesterday. Played well against Shane last night. Played all right there. So yeah, just keep getting chances off my break. Thanks to you and your break, Q. Yeah, if I can keep getting chances and keep out the silly mistakes, then I feel like I can win the event.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's always a good feeling to have, is when you think you can win, you have the ability to do so. I do want to ask you one more question. The next match here on our TV table, Chris Reinhold and David Matlock. Have you watched a little bit of Dave?
Yeah, I watched him because everyone obviously says how much of a legend Dave is, and yeah, so I've watched him. Obviously, is he 70, Dave?
He's close to it.
Or whatever he is, but if I'm playing like that at his age, then I'll be a happy man.
Well, Dave's going to be playing Chris Reinhold next here on our TV table. Jordan, congratulations. You are into the final 16 and on your way to maybe a championship. Dave Matlock and Chris Reinhold coming up right after this.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we asked you on Facebook, we asked you to pick the matches. It was so close between Jordan Shepard, Grant Berg, and Dave Matlock and Chris Reinhold that we couldn't just pick one, so we're going to give you both of them. It's Chris Reinhold, David Matlock. It is a final 32 match. The winner's going to move to the last 16. Dave Matlock, what a story this is. He lost his very first match in the open event, and he has clawed his way back. And it's been such a story. It doesn't really matter what his age is, but the man is I believe he's 70 years old. What Jordan Shepard said in the interview with him, if he plays like Dave Matlock plays at 70, he's a happy man, because Dave plays phenomenal.
Yeah, he's. I think he's just one of them guys that doesn't even age. I think he looks the same as he did 20 years ago, and it looks like he plays the same as well.
Yeah, and so very, very confident is Dave Matlock, and one of those players that just absolutely loves this format. He really enjoys the style of play. He's probably not enjoying it right now because he's going to have a tough bank on this 14 ball. I say tough. He made it look very easy and with shape.
Yeah, he's
How'd
just
he hit it?
So comfortable. So he's speaking to him a lot. He was shocked at how many people voted for him, and obviously now he's probably not in the social media era, and the fact that 1 million people have seen one of his highlight reels, he just can't even fathom. I mean, he's so grateful for everything, and I say him and his wife are lovely. He just wants to be on a 15-second shot clock the whole time. So,
well, and not too many people want that. Maybe Jordan Shepard, Chris Melling, but you can add David Matlock into that. And David's just such a staple in American bar box pool. Wow, how close was that? Couldn't have asked for a better attempt at that ball. Really hooking that cue ball around with a little bit of outside or inside English. Such a tough shot to execute, and he's left Chris not the greatest shot.
Yeah, I think Chris is going to kind of play a shot to nothing with the bank, and you know, you can kind of cover the 15 ball with the cluster in the middle of the table. So
yeah, I do like playing the safety here. Chris did not like playing the safety.
no, and I'm surprised how aggressive he's gone out there.
And we've seen players get more and more aggressive with this format, and it's not something I'm really used to because Chris is a very, very consistently strong player and a very smart player. And not to insult his intelligence, but that seemed a little bit of a weird choice there. It's going to give Dave Matlock rack number 1 in this race to 7. It is down to single elimination, so this is the match you don't want to lose. And you get a good look at Dave and
2 straws, huh?
2 straws.
Maybe that's a trick to playing so good.
I know what I'm doing whenever I go get a drink out there next time. Gonna ask for 2 straws. There you see, get a good look at Chris Reinhold. All right, we get a look here at Mr. Reinhold's break. Chris did not have a ton of success on the break in the shootout. Wow. Well, things have clearly changed. Look at that break. It's a shame that it's not more of an open rack.
Yeah, so he's got a little bit of work to do, but he's definitely favourite to get out from here.
5, 6, 7 balls moved towards that pocket, and they were all fighting to go in. That was an incredible break here. The 13 and the 2 are going to be an issue no matter which way you go. He's got an opportunity to move the 2 ball here, but the 6 is going to be an issue as well. So not the layout you want when you make multiple balls on the break. Oh, well, look at that.
What a shot. Wow.
And Chris had success in the 2019-2021 area. Those couple years had a lot of success. Was in the limelight a lot, but he's not playing as many events anymore. But I do know that he really enjoys the game of 8-ball, and this is his second Ultimate Pool USA event.
Yeah, and he just seems like one of them players. He's just kind of teetering. He's super solid. I mean, his stroke is great. He's super knowledgeable. He practices well, and I just think it's his time is kind of coming. He's just always on that verge.
Yeah, and he's. I've got a little bit of an experience with Chris, being around the pool scene for a while. Actually, he played in the. I don't want to get the year wrong. I believe it was 2000. Wow, look at that shot. That's a monster shot by Chris with the shape on the 8-ball, going rail first. And kind of what you were talking about, that he's just teetering on the edge of real greatness, and doing shots like that is only going to help him. But Chris played in the juniors, the Junior Worlds, just a couple years ago. I want to say 2017. He actually played in those World Junior Championships with a good friend of ours, Mr. Jacob Watson. And we saw Jacob in the shootout in Louisiana. Very good junior player in his own right. And Chris was always in the mix during his junior days.
Yeah, and he's still relatively young, so he's I say he's definitely one of the good guys. That's another good. Just got hooked on the 3-ball. Yeah.
Yeah, that's such a rough break there. Well, a lot of things happening on that shot. Moving the 9 to where it's available. The 15 is now available. 13 has a pocket. I think Dave just really set himself up for a good win here.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about Dave. He was telling me he plays a lot of Karen pool as well, and his breakouts, you know, it seems like he's just crashing into it, but it always just seems to kind of turn out perfect for him. So there's definitely an art to it.
Yeah, it's very trying to think of the word. It's very meticulous with how he's moving those balls around. So Dave going up here. He doesn't want to get behind the 5. Came out okay. I imagine he's just going to try and run into the 4 here and kind of hold the cue ball in that area. Yeah, perfect. Maybe a little far, but it's not going to hurt him. He can just go to the end rail, make the 13 in the side, and play the 10.
And you can tell since the Kansas City event, he tells me he's been playing every day, he's been putting in the work, and he's kind of relit his passion and his fire for the game, and he's going to be worrying in a couple of months to come.
Yeah, well, something that me and Stephen Jameson talked about a little while ago is all the fans that the European players that maybe we didn't know before, the Jordan Shepherds and the Tom Cousins, that we weren't familiar with as American fans. The name that we're all familiar with is Dave Matlock, and he's only gaining fans. You know, when you're the 1980s player of the decade, which was almost, what was that, 40 years ago?
Yeah.
Almost 40 years ago. When you're the player of the decade in the 80s and you're still playing so well 40 years later, you know, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't normally do this, but he's definitely my favourite player in the tournament that I'm rooting for. I say I've been calling him the most interesting man in the world so far, so his stories and where he's been, and I say you could write a book or do a film on his life in pool already. So
I'd love to sit down and just have a 30-minute conversation about all the things he's seen and where he's been and what he's done, because in pool there is so much to see and so much to do, and I know that he has just stories upon stories upon stories. So
yeah, I think we're going to need longer than 30 minutes too as well, Stephen.
We might have to do like an hour or 2 documentary on the David Matlock.
Yeah, an ultimate pool 30 for 30 sounds good.
Another good break here by Chris. He's going to take the stripes. He's got an issue with the 13 ball. Everything else lays pretty well. I'm wondering if he can see this 13 ball to make it here. It looks very, very close, and now he's tree-topped on the 6 ball, which makes the good hit very difficult.
Yeah, but I think he's just going to go for the 9 ball and see if he can get back on it.
Okay, so I believe he's going to play the 14 to the 12, give himself a little angle, and he can get the nice little bump on the 4 ball, or to get the 4 ball out. The biggest thing with these next few shots is that when he bumps that 13, he needs to leave himself a shot on it, because if he doesn't, he can't see the 10.
Yeah, no, so does the 13 go on the middle on the right? Could he just roll through and hold it? Nope, he's gone short.
Well, he got the breakout, and I believe he has a shot, but this is a difficult one because he's going to have to really elevate the butt of the cue to not only get the good hit, but he's going to have to get that cue ball moving to get it down to the bottom side of the table.
Yeah, so that 5 ball's playing big, so.
And it looks like he's almost off angle to get down. Oh, and he goes right into the side pocket. Such a tough shot to execute when you're so close.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going to happen here, but with the international 8-ball rules, Chris shouldn't have touched that white ball. And I think they're going to do a review. And that's something I don't like to see. I know it's part of the rules and it's what we have to do as a referee, but obviously Chris, just being a nice guy he is and used to playing, you know, I think the white was still rolling, and that's kind of what they're going to look at. So it could potentially be a loss of match.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what happens here. It's really going to come down to if the cue ball came off the felt, and our referee Mark Goff having a conversation with Chris, letting him know what's going on, and I believe it's going to be a loss of frame. Well, and after a review from our wonderful IRO referees and a review by head referee Scott Price, he confirms what Mark Goff was pretty sure of already. The cue ball was indeed still rolling. It is a loss of frame for Chris Reinhold. Unfortunate situation, but the rules are there, and that's what we have to go by. No special treatment for anybody.
Yeah, 100%. And say, and obviously I spoke to Chris as well yesterday, and he had a situation where his opponent scratched, and he still put it in the kitchen, and he wasn't still sure, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm still trying to learn the rules and get comfortable with it." And you know, he kind of knows that he's still trying to get up to date on the rules, with it only being his second time playing in the format.
Yeah, and that's actually one thing that's interesting to touch on as we see Matlock break off here. Another big break, multiple balls down. Something that I like to touch on is if you're playing the Ultimate Pool League, you're actually learning the rules probably better than some of these professional players, because you're seeing the rules day in and day out. You're learning what's allowed and what's not allowed. You're learning the little caveats that make this different from maybe an American 8-ball style, and it really gives you an advantage. So I'm pretty proud of myself, because I know a lot of the rules that some of the other players that probably don't play the league, you're more professional players like
right.
Chris and stuff like that. I know these rules now, so it makes me feel good that I understand exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I want to say I've seen a young kid, Braden. His dad's the franchisee in Colorado, Greg. So obviously if you're local and you're interested, definitely reach out. But I think he was teaching a 700 Fargo how to rack Ultimate Pool, which was nice. Obviously Braden's been in the mix for a long time and playing Ultimate Pool rules for a while now, playing in the league and everything. So he's on his 3rd tournament and super comfortable. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he got a little close, but he's almost going to be okay.
Yeah, he's got a slight angle on it as well, just to bring it out a little bit.
Yeah, that was a good shot there. And a series of unfortunate events has led Chris Reinhold to being down 4-1 against the aforementioned gunslinger David Matlock, a nickname that he's not necessarily proud of. We need to get Dave Matlock a new nickname.
I say I'm rooting for the new Dos Equis guy, the most interesting man in the world, but I think you've got a couple of nicknames as well that you're trying to push along.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to sound good, but being a little bit more on the age side, I like the Silver Shark because he's definitely a shark on the table. I don't know. You guys help us out. Send us some suggestions for the Dave Matlock nickname. I think we can get something interesting out there.
Yeah, maybe let's do a post on social media and we'll see if we can. We'll do a vote and see what the top one is.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I'll definitely be in the comments. Hopefully mine will stick.
The most interesting man in the world.
Yep.
Well, Chris here getting an opportunity to break. He's had a rough go so far. He's made a ball. But I tell you what, these solids look great. They really look great. Yeah, and I knew Chris would like this layout. He's really played well. He opted for the stripes, which I thought the solids looked better, but Chris is going to know better than I will. His pattern play is pretty good, I'd say. And
yeah, saying after that kind of mishap on the white ball, he might have a little bit of grit in between his teeth, and he's came out firing again.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch these matches unfold, and obviously when we see some unfortunate things happen, it's never fun, but
yeah, and I think that's with being new and bursting onto the scene in the US, it's just it's just people losing in terms of we probably won't see that mistake again. Now, everyone's kind of learning from other people's mistakes, and I say that's just part of the growing pains of playing in a new format, and I say people are taking it great, so the feedback's been amazing.
Yeah, and just want to give a little bit of a shout out to my fellow East Texan Ray Reeves. He came out here, he won a qualifier event from one of our league operators, and he came out here and he was just ready to play. He's actually gone down to Joe Prince, who obviously runner-up of the previous event in Kansas City. It's a tough match for him. He lost 7-2, but he made it to the final 16. So Ray Reeves, congratulations on that. Winning a qualifier, getting out here, I'm sure it's a heck of an achievement for him.
Yeah, he's beat a lot of players to get here. I know the qualifier that he played in was a tough one as well. And so yeah, to come all the way to Colorado in this field and place in the last 16, it's pretty special.
And if you're out there, if you're a room owner and you're looking to get involved, maybe you have a local league operator that's started a league in your area. When we announce our next event and we announce signups, buy a spot, run a qualifier. Send a player from your area out here to represent your venue.
Yeah, and you can just reach out to us and let them know. You can sign it up under the names bar, and as soon as you guys get that winner, you got your spot secured, and we can just add them to the list. So
yeah, it's a great way. I know Jeff Goodman, who ran that qualifier, one of our league operators. He took the money from the tournament entry. He gave that to Ray as kind of a travel package to help him get out here, help him pay for his room. And Jeff bought the qualifier, and he gets representation in the tournament. He has a 903 billiards player in the final 16 of the Colorado Open, so that's a huge achievement. And Again, if you're a room owner, reach out to us. Run qualifier events. Send somebody to the juniors, to the open, to the ladies, whatever you want to do. Send one to all three.
Yeah, I say 100%. And I say 903 has been such a great support. I mean, and Jeff, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better room owner.
Yeah, that is my home pool room, and we really kicked things off with Ultimate Pool pretty strong. Right after the Louisiana Open, we were running Ultimate Pool tournaments, and the format's really gone over well. And the league has really been fun. I got to play in the test session. I'm playing a little bit in this session. Probably not going to be able to play for too much longer. The travel schedule is obviously going to ramp up when we get into the new year. But it's going to be great. I'm hoping to see more of these qualifier events around the nation to send players out here to represent.
Yeah, and we've got an exciting announcement for our next event, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I'm in the dark here. I'm assuming that we have maybe a location and maybe some dates.
We might have sun in the works, Stephen, but I know I like to keep you on your toes.
Oh, I was trying to get out of him, guys. I really was. He's not going to give up anything. But as soon as it comes out, I'm sure there will be a lot of excitement for our next event. There always is. Chris Reinhold doing what he can to stay in this match. He's not done yet. The fight's not over.
Yeah, and I say that was a big mistake from Dave there. He gets on that ball, all of a sudden it's a what, 5-2, and now it's 4-3 with Chris to break.
Yeah, and Chris has had some pretty good breaks here in this match so far. Big swing here for David Matlock. He's no stranger to having his back up against a wall. I'm sure he's done it many, many times over the years. But he's definitely got there right now. Chris Reinhold trying to end the glory run of David Matlock. And a big break here will go a long ways in securing that. Ball's down. Cue ball gets kissed a couple times, but it's safe. And the layout here is interesting.
Yeah, he's definitely dialed that break in from yesterday. I think he's actually hitting it a little bit harder than he was yesterday. But it's working out for him.
And Chris was wanting to get a little bit of a bump on that 3 ball to help him out here, but I think he's up against the 2 ball here. It's going to make it very difficult. Obviously, he can shoot the 5 ball, but slick table, you don't really want to send the cue ball moving a lot because you might not always know where it's going. Played a great shot there. Just unfortunate the way it happened. There's actually a nice little shot here. I like bumping the 3 ball soft with a little bit of a draw and playing it just real soft and bumping into the 10 ball, making the 6 ball, and you'll have a shot on the 3. This has worked out well for him. He played it with a lot more power. Watch out, cue ball. He's good.
He's made the 7 a little bit funny, but I think he's going to be all right. He's going to get on it right now.
Yeah, I think he was worried about maybe missing the 6 ball, so he wanted to punch the 3 pretty good. But he's really come out good here, and barring anything crazy happening, I think we're looking at a tie ball game. Yeah, this is really great here. Now, this is not the easiest shot on the 8 ball. It is thin. He's going to power it into the pocket, and we have a tie ball game. something that we haven't talked about a whole lot is, and something that we haven't seen a whole lot is that match clock. You know, with an extra game, we do extend that from the shootout rules. It's a 40-minute match clock. And a lot of these matches have been going very, very quick. We're 4-4, and there's about 22 minutes on the clock. I don't think we're going to run into any thoughts of maybe not having time left when the match is over, but we can always see that 15-second shot clock come into play possibility when it gets down to the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and I think we've been seeing, obviously, a lot of that 15 seconds coming into play. But obviously with that, it speeds up the game, and we kind of gets us over the line before them, you know, before that 10 minutes is up. But
yeah.
It's maybe we'll get to see another one, Stephen.
Oh no, that is very unfortunate for Dave Matlock. The train is slowly derailing a little for Dave. We saw this just yesterday, I believe, where things were just kind of, they were going off track for Dave, and I think he ended up losing that match. And we're kind of seeing that here. Everything is just very, very slowly causing issues for Mr. Matlock.
Yeah, so he got hooked on one ball, and he's only hit 2 shots since. And
yeah, very, very rough situation there. But Chris is off to the races here. Chris played a good shot, and he's going to have an out here. All he's got to do is execute it. And he's done well. Maybe didn't want to be as straight, but he's just going to play the 7 down right there where you saw him put his cue. Play the 7 down, play the 3 in the side. At least that's his plan right this second. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. The only issue I see here is he's not quite on the right side of the ball, so he may look to draw back or possibly punch forward. I think he's going to punch, just to go off the side rail and back out to where you can see the 8 ball. And he punched, but he didn't quite get what he wanted. This is a tough 8 ball here.
yeah, I think he's just going to go off the rail potentially and try to hit that backside of the 15.
And just got a very unfortunate bump, but he's left the 15 in a bad spot. This is going to become tricky, and this might be what I like to refer to as a time-killing rack. Yeah. We started it at 22 minutes. Most games are going 3 to 5 minutes. This might be a little longer.
Yeah, and obviously with Matlock having so many balls on the table.
Doesn't want to bump the 8.
Oh,
that was smart.
Yeah.
That was very smart.
Yeah, there's a reason he's still in the tournament, Stephen. So he's definitely in control.
I mean, really, that was sneaky good. I was worried about him bumping the 8 ball out, but all he did was set himself up to be able to move his 15. That was a very good shot. And Chris attempting to hit the ball. Unfortunately, no luck. It's going to be ball in hand for Dave. And I think we're going to see some tactical play here. Dave's going to be very meticulous about how he does the shot. He's so good at controlling the cue ball. Dave really one of those guys that when you see him plan out, you can tell that his plan is if he does happen to miss, He's trying to leave a harder shot for Chris. And I absolutely love that. It's a very smart way of playing.
Yeah, and he's got so much cue power. I mean, he can kind of force his way out of anything depending on what angle he has. And I say it's he's definitely just bangs them balls in. So it's kind of the old school way and the old school stroke. It's nice to watch.
We are in a back and forth battle with a 5-minute rack in the books. Dave Matlock is going to take it 5-4 in this race to 7. And there's a pretty big crowd here enjoying the show. There you see Chris. Chris is very stone-faced generally, and you know, he'll have a grin or a smirk every once in a while. But
yeah, he's a fun character. He's got a kind of sense of humor about him even when he's playing, and a few times he'll interact with the crowd, even though he's, you know, in the arena. But it's great for the crowd as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if you locked him and Jordan Shepherd in a room and just let them talk and tell jokes and whatnot, I think it'd be a good comedy hour.
Yeah, I think with Jordan's Welsh accent, though, we might need a translator in there. That's another good break, but he's got a couple of problems.
Yeah, no matter which way you go, which I think he's going to go the solid route. The 4 ball's in a tricky spot, and the 2 ball isn't playable yet.
No, I think he was just trying to nudge it out and get it over that pocket, or just at least bang it into the 10 ball to make a space for it, but didn't quite get there.
And this is such a touchy shot there, having to walk that rail, one that Jordan Shepherd says he's still not sure how to play, really.
Yeah, it's you know, with the pockets and the cut, it's always that, can you miss the middle pocket? And yeah, I spoke to Ricky Evans about it yesterday, and he was saying that, you know, he's just going to roll it playing top, and I said, well, I don't trust my cueing, so I'm playing kind of bottom right to pull it back into the rail.
Yeah,
so,
trying to will it into the pocket, right?
Yeah, and Ricky's like, oh, you just roll it in. I was like, oh, okay.
Ricky Evans, such a character and such a nice young man. I know he had a pretty good career as a junior player, and I was uneducated on his ability up until the last event, but now he's definitely one of my favorites. Really standout guy, and
yeah, I say he's only 22, and I say he's a true professional. He's super serious. He's, you know, I mean, he's just full time, and I think he's one definitely for the future. That's another one that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and he's also he's a very passionate player. When he's not playing his best, you'll see him show that emotion, which is something I actually enjoy. I like to see the emotion out of the players. You can tell how much he wants it and how much he enjoys it. And his girlfriend comes with him to the events. She watches his matches, so he's got a nice little support system there too. It's always great when I walk in the building and see both of them sitting there, because really, Ricky's just a really great guy. Good commentator too. I might be out of a job if he hangs out in here too long.
Yeah, well, I think it'll be me first, Stephen.
Chris Reinhold going to tie it up 5-5. 14 minutes on the clock. We're just 4 minutes, 19 seconds away from that lowered shot clock. There you see in the background Mr. Justin Bergman waiting to see who he's going to play next. Well, and a good break here. Speaking of Ricky Evans, he just lost out in the final 16 and came to have a quick word before he leaves. And of course, he definitely let us know that he wants to be at the next one. He enjoys the format, so tough finish for Ricky. I know he wanted to do better, but this is a very tough field.
Yeah, and you can just tell, you know, he's just a true professional. You know, he's definitely not happy that he lost, and but you know, he enjoyed the event and appreciates everything we do, and you know, we appreciate having him.
And that's always fun, as just seeing the same faces and the same people really just enjoying the event.
Yeah, and that's the you know, it's one of the things. If someone comes back, you know we're doing our job right, and it's for people to kind of travel and, you know, take time out of the day, and, you know, family and a job. Oh, Dave.
And really just, it looked like there was a little bit of movement on his stroke there. You get a chance to see that one again at some point, because I think he might have just been uncomfortable on maybe the bridge or something, but and he kind of had a little bit of a stall there on his backswing. I'm not sure what happened, but pretty rough situation there for Mr. Matlock. And Chris Reinhold is primed and ready to get to the hill against the gunslinger. But needs a little bit of movement here. There we go. Almost looked like it was going to come up a little short there.
Yeah, so Chris didn't look too worried. I think he knew it was coming around.
Yeah, and that's just, again, another one of those situations where Dave's got control back. He's playing well. He looks like he's cueing the ball phenomenal, and then all of a sudden, just something bad goes wrong. It's a horrible situation for Dave. I feel a little rough for him, but in the end, it was some kind of error, whether it was mental or physical. And Chris Reinhold made him pay for it. All right. Chris Reinhold getting ready to break. Big break. Cue ball's moving. Ball goes down. Everything is settled. And he's going to stay at the table on the hill. Chris here's got a big shot, big opportunity to get the out. Taking his time, and he's not going to have a full 30 seconds here in just a little bit, because we're almost to that 15-second shot clock. So he's really taking his time to analyze the table.
Yeah, we couldn't really have asked for a better match. It's been back and forth. We've had dry breaks, scratches. a foul and loss of frame, and we've kind of had a bit of everything in this match.
Yeah, and I think the story for either way is just going to be either the comeback for Chris Reinhold or the comeback for Dave Matlock, because it's been so up and down. Needs to get a good angle on the 6. Oh, what a shot there. Really controlling the cue ball. He's going to have to do it just one more time. And we are now down to the 15-second shot clock. Makes the 1 ball, and I believe it's going to be the match for Mr. Chris Reinhold. Just needs the 8 ball to go down. And the match is done. The glory run for Dave Matlock, unfortunately, is over. Congratulations to Chris Reinhold. After a shaky start, he's moved on to the final 16 of the Colorado Open. And we're going to get a word with him in the arena when we come back.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Another exciting finish in the Ultimate Pool USA Arena. Mr. Chris Reinhold into the final 16, and it is trophy day. I know the pressure is on. I just learned something that I didn't know. That's your first time playing Dave Matlock?
Yeah, we've been in a lot of tournaments together, but this has been the only time that we happen to draw each other. So a little nervy quite a bit, because usually this is where I lose. So, you know, I got that win, so now it's off my back.
Well, I mean, Dave has been playing phenomenal. He's had a great run, of course, in the shootout on Friday, and now in the tournament. He lost his first match and is driven all the way back to where you guys are now. Talk to me a little bit about the foul. It was a tough situation. We don't ever want to see it, but the ball rolling, it cost you the game. Right. I mean, did it deflate you a little bit? Did it give you some drive?
Well, so usually when I kind of have an idea of if it's going to scratch. I knew it was a possibility, so it was kind of fresh in my head. So when it was about to happen, it happened so fast because I was elevated, right? I hit it, and just immediately my reaction kind of went over. But I didn't even know it was a rule. So
Yeah.
I just, whatever.
It's a
It is
tough
what it
one.
is.
It's a tough one because we as players, me as an amateur, if I see it rolling, I'm probably going to grab it, and it's just something that we forget that when we're in this professional arena, it has some pretty rough consequences. But I mean, you were able to come back, and you looked really well. You were braking really well. It looks like a lot of your brakes were going down. You're leaving yourself shots. Do you have a different strategy with the 8-ball in this spot? I mean, are you doing anything specific?
I feel like I'm hitting them a lot cleaner than I used to, as far as just where I'm hitting the head ball, so I'm more energy's driving into the rack, which is nice. I'm just kind of hitting them hard and trying to give myself a chance to run out, because I know that, if we're going to the moving aspect, I'm not really, he's better on the 8-ball bar table kind of side of things for sure. So, great opponent, and I'm glad to get the win, but hopefully I can get another one.
Yeah, absolutely. So, congratulations, Chris. You're moving on in the final 16. You had a very tough match, but I know you got over the hump, and like you said, that money bubble is usually where you have some trouble, so I know you're feeling good about it. Guys, more action in the arena. We will return right after this.
Thanks, guys.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back live with the Colorado Open. Justin Bergman taking on Tyrell Blowers here in a battle to reach the quarterfinals. Stephen Jameson here with you. And delighted to say, Adam Cisneros joins me in the booth. First of all, very good afternoon to you, Adam.
Nice to be here.
Yeah, how much have you enjoyed the Colorado Open experience so far?
It's been great. It's definitely been great. You know, I went to the last one in Kansas City, and you know, I had a fantastic time. And this one being in my hometown made it a little bit nicer. So.
Yeah, I was going to say I was led to believe it was your local event. Has it been a bit strange in that way, or
it has been? It's been about 20 years since the last time Colorado's got a major tournament like this. You know, so it's really exciting.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, from my perspective as a visitor, it's been amazing to be here. Beautiful part of the world. My first time in Colorado. We've been very well looked after.
Nice. And the weather's been beautiful lately, so can't beat that.
Could not complain with the weather at all. Yeah, it's been glorious. Obviously, Justin get to the table. Tyrell tried something pretty wild to get himself back on track in that rack.
Yeah, Ty, I've known Ty since he was about 16, 17. He's come such a long way.
I don't think he's still not that much older now, is he?
No, not really. I think he's about to turn 21. But he works really hard, and it wouldn't surprise me if this one comes down to the wire.
Yeah, Tyrell got a big win late last night in the losers qualification game. Took out Shane Thompson. Pretty convincing victory as well.
I watched that. It was high tension.
Yeah, it was one of the losers games that jumped immediately off the page because you looked at it and you thought, well, these two are both good enough to be in that last 32.
Exactly.
Pretty good response to Justin Bergman's safety there by Ty, I must say. Justin's in a little bit of trouble here.
He is.
I thought Justin's decision to hold back was a good one, but Tyrell has played a really, really good counter safety.
Trying not to break up the 2 and the 1, because then that opens up the 12. And it's looking at the Z kick, looks like.
Didn't get enough spin on it. So cue ball in hand for Ty Blowers, and where he's moved the 9 is actually not a terrible angle to move the 12, but he's also got to worry a little bit about the 8 ball. This is far from an easy rack to win for him.
This is definitely not over yet. But I kind of like this, going 2 rails and then kick the 12 ball down table. If he gets a shot on the 12, he's going to have a good look to break out the 8.
Is it going to get tied up with the 4? He's been very unlucky. Or has he got that gap?
I think he got the gap.
If he's got the gap, that's good news, but the question of what you do with the 8 ball still remains.
Right.
Just a touch less pace and he'd have been in business there, I think, Ty.
I don't think there's a good bank for the 8 ball either.
Oh, he's seen something.
I think he's looking at the 4 railer.
Well, this would bring the house down if he nails this. And he's not too far away.
That was definitely a good effort.
It really was. Can you imagine if he'd have sunk that to go 1-0 in front? That would have been quite the message. But as it is, Bergman's patience is going to pay off.
It looks like the 2 ball goes on the side, so should be able to get out this rack.
I know you've been around the event all weekend. How impressed have you been with the form that Justin's shown in the last couple of days?
It's been fantastic. He's definitely spot on. Yeah, he tortured me in the Open.
I didn't want to bring back any tough memories.
It's fine. I've had nightmares about it, but it's been all right.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me watching Justin is you can see he's got his touch back and he's confident and he's rolling around the table. He's such a smooth player. But what's been the extra added X factor for me is how well he's been breaking.
Right. I know he struggled a little bit in Kansas City, but it looks like he figured
found
it out.
Something, yeah.
Right.
He's found something. And a player like Justin, you know, if he's playing well, all he needs is the chances.
Right. Great shot to come up. Get on the 8.
Smoothly done from Justin Bergman, who leads 1-0. Ty Blowers had an opportunity in that rack. It wasn't an easy one, though.
No. There's no give up in Ty. He can be down 5-6 games. There's no give up in him.
Yeah, and he's looked like he's been in really good shape this week as well. He had a mini tournament the day before competition here at the Rec Room. 9-ball it was, which I think Ty took down.
Yeah, he did.
And beat some good players in the mix of that one as well.
Had to give him a lot of confidence.
So here we get to see the Justin Bergman break. Watch the bottom right corner pocket. If he's got it dialed in. Oh, wow.
Off the table.
And that is really bad news, because in international rules, if the cue ball goes off the table, it's not just ball in hand in the kitchen, it is ball in hand anywhere on the table.
Which is a little bit different. And it's kind of surprising going second ball break. You don't see that too often.
Yeah, it just shows how much power he put into that. Just I was saying how well he was breaking yesterday. But he didn't do any of those against you.
No, he didn't.
So even though Tyrell could go anywhere on the table, he did choose to stay to the north, and I think that's probably the way to go.
Yeah, the only tricky ball that's going to be able to get on is the 2, but maybe 6 ball goes on this side, so it's pretty straightforward. I would expect him to get out now.
Well, that wasn't the greatest shot he's ever played. I think he almost certainly would have wanted to avoid the 14 there. Still okay, he's got options, but just has to be a bit more precise now.
Oh, he wants that cue ball to slow down. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's a big error, that, from Ty. What I like, though, is he's straight down on the shot. He's not hanging around to feel sorry for himself.
No.
Cue ball in hand, and I know exactly where this cue ball's going.
And just kind of a missed opportunity from Ty. Just has to forget about that one.
Yeah, I think I mentioned as soon as he played the ball down the left side rail and just bumped into the 14, I'm almost certain his plan would have been to track all the way down to then take the 7 next.
Correct. 14
got in the way, and it's said afterwards it wasn't the end of the world, but it just meant he had to be precise, and the next shot wasn't far off, but just like that perfect precision, and it really doesn't take much in this game to unravel and stop you from getting out.
Right.
That's why it can be one of the most frustrating games to play.
Okay, but we also keep coming back, right?
Yeah.
It's like golf.
Yeah.
You play bad rounds and then hit that one good shot that keeps you coming back.
Yeah. Not right, there's a lovely shot from Justin.
It is. Just one tricky ball on the 14 and then pretty much solve this rack.
think he can just stand across for it now. Now we're going to wait for it off the 11.
I like this shot. The angle's a little bit more natural. Don't really have to do too much with the cue ball. Just float down. Perfect.
Yeah, he is absolutely cue ball in hand perfect. That's great stuff from Justin Bergman. 2-0 he leads, and Tyrell Blowers here. I agree with you to your point about how he's not going to go away, not going to get too disheartened, but he does need to get himself on the board sooner rather than later.
He's at least one for the confidence.
Yeah.
The first game, if you can get the first game, then it kind of settles you down. And then you can just kind of get into the match. You know, the more opportunities that are lost, the more you kind of push and you stress. And then before you know it, you can be in a big hole.
Yeah, of course. And he needs to try not think, I could be 2-0 in front right now. Just needs to keeping his head each game at a time.
Yeah, it's important to stay present in the moment and just kind of forget about those last 2 games.
Much easier said than done, though.
That is correct.
I didn't get all of that break, but he won't mind how it's turned out. He's actually made quite a few balls there when it didn't initially appear to open very much for him at all, but that's a brilliant result for him. First shot might be the toughest here.
Tight one ball on the side. If he makes it a big ball, it's going in the side pocket. Or the one ball in the side pocket.
He's probably 5 balls in that break. I couldn't really tell you how. I was just doing some quick counting there because I felt like my eyes were deceiving me. Yeah, he put 5 balls on that break.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
You put a great break and nothing goes in, and then sometimes you just hit it a little bit to the side and everything just kind of falls.
I was speaking to Chris Melling yesterday after his win in the arena, and he said, I was talking to him about the break, and he said sometimes it's enough to drive you crazy because he actually thinks the secret to breaking well is breaking badly.
That's kind of that's pretty sound advice.
Yeah. It is a strange one. And Ty's taking these out. It's just what he needed.
Yep. It'll do wonders for the confidence and settle them down.
Yeah, and he gets a bit of a ripple as well, which is nice to hear. Yeah, 2-1. Long way to go in this match, and it's a good time for Tyrell Blowers to get himself settled and into the match.
He has a few people here from Wyoming here down cheering him on.
Yeah, my US geography still in progress. How far is Wyoming from here?
I think from Cheyenne it's maybe about an hour and a half drive. It's
not too bad.
No.
I mean, hour and a half drive is like a local commute for you guys.
It is. It's one part of the city of Denver to the other during rush hour,
yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
not too bad.
Yeah, interesting to see what Justin does with the break here. And try and find what he had yesterday. It looked like he had that secret sauce. Interesting. Hasn't quite got it just yet. His break yesterday was amazing because he was doing the same thing every single time, and he was making a ball in the same pocket every single time. And it was the bottom left, if you look at it on the overhead camera there. It was almost like a 9-ball break, like where you put it in the same spot every time, and you know if you hit it good, you make that ball.
Right.
And I said to Justin afterwards, that's cheating. You shouldn't be able to do that in 8-ball. what have you done? And he did wonder that, you know, he might just have to take it while it lasts because conditions and tables just change overnight.
Right. Too sure. It looks like the 11 passes, but
well, if it doesn't, he'll go into it. He may have made that worse. I'm almost certain that goes, but he may better than us. His next shot might be tough though. Might have to take the 11 next, which isn't ideal. If it does go, you'd want to be pretty straight on it.
Definitely want to be above it, but it looks like he's going to play the 14 off the 3.
Well, this is far from an ideal situation. Big shot required. He did not miss that by much.
No, he did not. Did tie up the 1 and block the 8, so not too bad of an outcome considering.
Yeah, he's got some equity in the rack here. Justin Bergman will just be pleased to be at the table. Of course, the 2 is still a problem for him. Problem he tried to solve straight away.
Good effort.
This is far from an easy game to win for Justin Bergman here on solids.
Can't tell if the 4 passes in the top left. Looks tight.
I think it probably does.
I would imagine that he's going to shoot the 6 to use the 3 to break out the 8 and 1, and then, depending on the layout, might use the 7 to break out the 2. Just big safe.
I'm not surprised with that.
Then my last 2 matches with Justin, I've been really surprised, not surprised, but like how impressed by like how patient he is. He doesn't really force anything. He waits for you to make the mistake.
Yeah, and I think that's something we see, especially with the very, very best players. This is such an attacking game, and the rules help dictate that it's an attacking game, and the tables help dictate that it's an attacking game. But sometimes the way to win is just to wait. You've got to be patient. Sometimes it's not designed for you to win. And Justin, if you put a gun to his head and say, get out from here, he'd probably give it a good go, but he knows his odds against.
Right.
So he's going to try and manipulate the table here and turn the odds in his favour.
He doesn't force the issue too often. Just kind of waits and bides his time.
Is Ty going to try and sneak this part past the 6? Oh, he did, but he got second prize. I think that was, well, I say second prize, that was probably his first plan actually, was to pop the 3, which I quite like. If you're new to the rule set, that's a legal shot. You can pot your opponent's ball as long as you play a legal shot in doing so. Very useful, tactical shot when the time is right. And I think Justin may be about to return the favour here. Yeah, there you go. Wow, that's a really bad result for him actually.
Not too bad. I believe the 6 ball does go. I think the combination is wired.
But I think if Ty wants to extend the tactical battle here, he can just take the 6 off the table whenever he wants.
That's true. Ouch.
Yeah, I don't think that's the best shot that Ty's ever played.
It seemed like he kind of rushed it a little bit.
We don't see many of these frames, and these are the frames that I must admit I really love. Almost like a chess match. Oh, Justin has dangled the carrot there. He's just said, right, enough of this, and he's just baited Tyrell. He's just saying, right, I don't think you can get these.
Just kind of daring him to get out. Yeah.
And I must say, Tyrell's got options here.
Come down to the 15 to try to pocket it off the 6 to open up the 11.
He could even use this 9 to get a bit of action down towards the bottom left if he wanted. Now, can he maybe draw back into the 11 and 6 here and just disturb it? He knows he's got the 14 up to the top right as his insurance ball.
Not a bad aggressive shot. Just be worried about what you would get afterwards.
That was the worry.
This isn't a bad save. Be able to just clip the 11. Just gotta make sure the 11 comes back far enough to block the 2. Yeah. Not too bad considering. It's unfortunate he got the 7, but it's the best he could do with that.
Yeah, Justin's still got a problem on the 2 ball though, but you'd probably make Justin favourite in the game now, just with having more balls on the table. Well, it's still not ideal, but he's got a shot.
Worked out. He has a nice angle, I think, to float down for the 2 ball.
He does, yeah. He's been a little fortunate actually with how that's come out, but he was a little bit unlucky to have it to have that 2 ball still not be potable. So we'll let him off.
But you know, when you say when you're shooting good, it seems like everything just kind of just goes right for you. Even if it's not planned, accidental.
And even when you don't need it.
Right.
That's the
Which
craziest
is the worst part,
thing,
right?
Because when it's not going well for you, all you sometimes think is, I really wish just I got a little nudge here just to get me on track. They never come when you really need them. And Justin Bergman's playing so well at the moment, he doesn't need any lucky touches.
Hard to fade when you're playing good and getting lucky.
Well, yeah, quite. Is this tight? He's not got the whole pocket here. Never in doubt, though.
Never.
Well, that's one of the longest frames, if not the longest frame we've seen all weekend. Fascinating tactical exchange between Justin Bergman and Tyrell Blowers. And what it has done is it's taken a lot of time out of the match clock. 40 minutes races to 7. We've been flying through them. But right now, I think there's about 18.5 minutes left. Still only 3-1. A long way to go on the scoreboard, but not ages of time left on the match clock.
No. Especially when it gets down to 15 seconds, you just have to make a decision and go.
Yeah, how do you get on with that 15-second shot? It's pretty brutal, right?
It is pretty brutal. You know, before the event, I was trying to practice with keep it under 15, keep it under 15.
Yeah.
But when you're on the table and underneath the lights and having everybody watch you, those 15 seconds feel like 5.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much the same in my experience as well. Yeah. I always think the 15 seconds is fine until you have to have a plan B, because a lot of players, especially all the guys in the shootout, yourself included, are good enough to formulate a quick plan, and as long as it goes well, you don't need more than 15 seconds a shot. But as soon as you're out of position, you need to rethink and reprogram. That's when 15 seconds really doesn't feel very long at all.
You gotta really trust your instincts.
Yep.
And trust yourself that what your first gut is the right thing to do. Not too bad a break from Ty.
Yeah, he's not getting loads of power on it, and I mean he's not taking 5 balls off the table here, but despite it being quite congested, I know Stripes, they all have a pocket. They've got a route out here.
Yeah. Notice he cut the ball a little bit. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it seems to be working. Seems like the 12 ball is going to be the only tricky ball. If he can solve that, it's in good shape.
Yeah, he can land on it next. My thinking with this 12 is that he'd land underneath it and take it up to the top of the table. It's one of those finishes where you just need to be really precise. Ooh, and it's just that precision that's been lacking. If he hits the 5 full in the face, he's perfect.
Right.
He hits it half ball, and now he's in real trouble. Looking for the up and down. I love that he just gets on with it.
Yep.
Doesn't leave himself any time to feel sorry for himself. He just moves on, tries to find the next shot. And I think it's another game that's going to get away from Ty Blowers here, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
You really see with shots like that just how well Justin knows his angles, knows the table. But also there's an element of execution to that as well. He's potting things in the middle of the pocket, so he's picking his line.
I think now he's just trying to determine what to do with the 3 and 6. But if he bumps in the bottom of the 10, he'll have a clear angle to the 6 and clear the pocket for the 3. He wants to slow down. Oh, unfortunate.
Didn't miss that by a huge amount. Similar to Tyrell's shot, actually. He just wanted to catch it a little fuller, and it would have slowed the cue ball. A glancing blow, and he's in a little bit of trouble.
I think the 6 ball isn't like wired to go in.
Yeah, that helps. What were you saying earlier about sometimes it's nice to get those little nudges when you're playing well?
It's kind of unfair to be lucky and good. No.
Of course, plenty of folk would believe that you make your own luck, and if that's the case, Justin has more than earned his.
I think I heard a saying a long time ago that luck is the result of hard work.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with you. I do sometimes wonder, though, if that's just made up by hardworking people to make themselves feel better.
That's very true. I've never thought about that, but it made sense to me all the rest of the time I heard it.
It does, yeah. We won't get too much into the sports philosophy.
Right.
Just right now, it's Justin Bergman who goes 4-1 up here on Ty Blowers. And high time, I think we had a little bit of an update from around the tables here in Colorado. The quarterfinals lineup is starting to take shape. A few matches still live. The last 16 results are as follows. Ricky Evans was dumped out by Jovan Bustamante. Jordan Shepherd got through against Robert Moreno. Gabe Owens 7-3 win over the man sat next to me here, Adam Cisneros. Joe Prince a 7-2 win over Ray Reeves. Eric Bakar overcoming Chase Stumfall 7-3. And then Chris Reinhold currently up against Sean Halleck 2-2. And Sean Halleck put out Chris Melling earlier on in the competition. In the last 32, Chris Melling's unbeaten run in the Opens here with Ultimate Pool USA has come to an end. In the last 16, sorry Adam, in the last 16 we've still got Tom Cousins to play Lucas Taylor. That's next on here on the stream table.
No, that Chris Melling match was one of the best matches that I've seen all weekend.
Really?
It was.
7-6, right?
7-6.
Wow. What a win that is for Sean. And he'll be able to He'll be able to hold on to that one for a long, long time, as well he should.
Yep.
So Justin here with a chance to further extend his lead, and with only 13 minutes left, a 5-1 advantage should prove pretty terminal for Tyrell.
Yeah, he had a great break. This is probably more the break that you were talking about from yesterday.
Yeah, this is a touch more ominous, really. Like Justin's 4-1 up, and he's only just found his break is not a great sign for Ty. He's going to have one shot to judge pretty well here, Justin Bergman. The 9 onto the 8 is it's fairly routine. It's just one that needs to be taken a bit of care with.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of like be careless with this, but I'd imagine just a stop shot or just draw it back to the left a little bit. It should be okay.
Nice, played that perfectly. Brilliant from Justin Bergman. I've seen a few racks take their time and have to be worked out. Both players getting a go. That was very, very clean.
And no errors on that one.
Yeah, he's been shooting great this weekend. If you've not caught any of the action, it's the first time you're watching the Colorado Open coverage live from the Rec Room Underground here in Denver. Justin Bergman took down a title on Friday, the Colorado Shootout 16-man invitational, and he played awesome across that day. And he's not really stopped doing that all the way through the rest of the tournament as well. We're in the Open now. I think had over 120 runners at the start. We're now down, or almost down, to the final 8.
I can imagine. For my money, I think Justin's the favorite. Although I know Tom, I watched him earlier, is a fantastic player, but the way Justin's playing right now, it's going to take something special to beat him.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
It's Tom's first time playing over.
First ever time playing American pool, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a serious talent. Best in the world at the English 8-ball form of the game, and great to see him come over to the US and sort of put himself out there a little bit and play some American pool. He's really enjoyed the experience from what I can tell. And he still might return home with a nice big paycheck.
Well, it was great to just watch him play and, be able to watch, have players that you wouldn't be able to see normally in person. It's been a great experience of seeing how, the English 8-ball players approach the game of 8-ball differently.
Well, that's exactly it. It is very different, and I think for the English guys, and myself included to a point, I find it really interesting to see how you Americans approach the game, because it is different, and I enjoy all the little details and intricacies to this game that are different to ours. It's fundamentally the same game, but it is very, very different.
Right.
Justin's put himself in a good position here, and what we were talking about earlier about things falling nicely for you. This is dead set as a combo. Doesn't even need to break into it.
No, that was pretty. He controlled the 10-ball.
Yeah, and for Ty Blowers, the shot at the start of this rack was a 5-1 down sort of a shot. Maybe it's not been the first, or I dare say the last, to sort of fall under the spell of Justin Bergman this weekend. He has been deadly. He goes on the hill. 15-second shot clock has now come in. It will be more in play in this next game, as we've just ticked under the 10-minute mark.
So have you got out to go see any of the sites around here? Have you had time?
I did have a little bit of time when I arrived, yeah, and what I would say is I wish I had more time. It's a beautiful part of the world. Went up to Boulder on Wednesday, I think it was, and that might well be the nicest place I've ever been to.
It's definitely nice up there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, and looked up the average house prices there just for posterity, and it all made sense.
And you're like, never mind. Yeah, no.
Yeah, the dream's over. But yeah, gorgeous part of the world. Even when you're just driving around on the freeways around the town, just having the background of the mountains is, yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world.
And they're never too far away if you ever want to go there. So
Well,
just a quick drive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not seen too much of downtown Denver, but maybe after the event's finished tonight, we can go and have some fun. That'd be nice. At the minute, it looks like it's going to be the Justin Bergman celebration party.
Yep.
Doesn't look like anyone is going to stop him on the form he's on at the moment.
What a dream layout. This is the type of layout we all dream about. It's just the prototypical roadmap.
Yeah. I mean, this is a training drill, isn't it? This is one you do for first thing you get into the club in the afternoon. I'll just get my arm going. I reckon Justin have a pretty good go at clearing these left-handed. Never mind with his good arm. What a super performance from Justin Bergman. A 7-1 victory over Ty Blowers. And the iceberg rumbles on here in Colorado. Adam, thanks so much for joining us on the commentary. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you along. And we'll see you very soon. And we'll see you very soon as well. We'll be back with Justin Bergman in the arena in just a tick. Stay with us.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power, I mean, still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, everybody. Straight on with the action in the Colorado Open. Tom Cousins looking to book his place in the quarterfinal. Lucas Taylor, his opponent. And the experimentation continues on the break for TC. Those who are used to following his progress back in the UK will know just how good the Tom Cousins break is. He's even got his own patented break cue. That's how big his reputation lies. Let's move from the front ball to the cut break to start off this one against Lucas Taylor.
Yeah, and it almost looked like he hit the front ball almost on that one. I think he's used every part of the table so far just to break.
It's a nice little development shot. I think he's looking to play a little carom at the top left of the table in a moment. It's Stephen Jameson and Adam Williams with you, by the way, for this one. You've got 2 more matches to come this afternoon, including Cousins versus Taylor here. We'll see one of the quarterfinals following the conclusion of this match. So it looks like he's going to play the breakout shot instead. He's got perfect angle, I think, on the 4 to go 1 cushion into the problem area at the top of the table.
Yeah, and that 2-6 is still a little bit funny on it. Maybe you can see a little bit more of it to go in the middle, but it looks tight on camera, but it can be deceiving.
Yeah, it does look tight. Essentially, we'll find out right now if it goes. Yeah, it does. Never in doubt, was it?
No, so he definitely didn't think it was tight, so.
And right now, could not be laid out nicer. Yeah, quarterfinal lineup is shaping up. Justin Bergman versus Gabe Owen is a confirmed quarterfinal. And we will see Jovan Bustamante against Jordan Shepherd after this match.
Yeah, and we're kind of in the sweet spot of the day, so regardless of what any match it is, it's definitely a treat to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Joe Prince and Eric Picard are the other 2 quarterfinalists. They're currently both awaiting matches.
Yeah, and Joe Prince seems to be taken to American 8-ball pretty well.
Yeah, he really is. He's awaiting the winner of this one, and he has already beaten Tom Cousins in this tournament. That's not the greatest shot Tom's ever played, but he should be okay to finish the job from here. Just needs some potting though. Played it well.
Yeah, but it was never in doubt.
Yeah, Joe Prince awaits the winner of this one, and just want to give another shout out to Sean Halleck, who's currently 5-2 up on Chris Reinhold, fresh off the back of dumping Chris Melling out the tournament. And if he wins that, he goes into a quarterfinal with Eric Picard. And he could turn into one of the stories of the weekend. It's Sean Halleck.
Yeah, sounds like we've got a David and Goliath on our hands. It's not a bad hit list for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going to take a dip over into the Women's Open as well to give you an update from there. On to we've played the winners' qualification round, and the quarterfinalists who came through: Kat Guest, Kennedy Mayman, Sophia Mast, and Ori Garcia Munter. And in the losers' qualification, we've got Amy Beecham currently 4-0 in front of Carrie Engelbrecht, Holly Figueroa, Sarah Stevens, Jordan Helfrey is 2-1 up on April Garcia, and Pam Mason and Tara Connor are currently awaiting the start there as well. So Sophia Mast once again into the quarterfinal as she looks to defend her Women's Open title.
Yeah, and you know, ever since the last couple of months, she's been flying high. She's definitely the one to beat.
And she's in the quarterfinals of the juniors as well. as is the defending champion, Kaden Herbach, who beat Sophia in that final in Kansas City.
Yeah, I was speaking to Sophia this morning, and she said that she's coming for both this time. So
you gotta love the confidence, don't you? So first look at Lucas Taylor.
Yeah, he's I want to say he's the highest ranked player in Colorado. Now, I might be wrong, but I know he's definitely in the top 2 or 3. He's got a pretty good following over here.
Yeah, came through pretty comfortably so far. As Lucas won 7-3 in his first round against Les Bagley. 7-1 against Alan Scott McBride. And 7-4 against Adam Sturges, which has taken him all the way through to the last 32, where he got a 7-6 win over Jeffrey Tonnehill to bring him into this last 16 game. Still yet to be beaten here as Lucas, whereas Tom Cousins has come through the B side. Must admit, the way that Lucas has taken these stripes down so far, you can see why he's a well-regarded player.
Yeah, so he seems super comfortable on the TV table, and yeah, definitely been here before.
Yeah, been here before, but in the same sense also hasn't. First Ultimate Pool USA arena experience for Lucas Taylor. And even however experienced you may be, the first one of the weekend, you know, big game, always guaranteed to get the juices flowing.
Yeah, especially when you're playing that guy sat in the corner right there.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. I know from speaking to a lot of the... Oh, is he okay?
I think he can just get around it, yeah. He might have to pull it a little bit, but I think he's just got the window. But he can tell it's tight.
Depending on how tight it is, he may even look to go to the other side.
Yeah, he's trying to masse, so... Oh, and I think he's fouled, yeah. He's just clipped the 2-ball.
Oh, disaster for Lucas Taylor. It was all going so well. Just that last link up to the 8-ball.
Yeah, and he actually was hooked a lot more than we thought. So he was massaing it just to hit the outside of the ball. I thought he was trying to go on the inside.
Yeah, agreed. Often these camera angles can be deceptive. We do our best to guide you through, but... I mean, I was just going to say a second ago that it'd be interesting to know how Lucas is approaching this one, because I know from speaking to a lot of the UK guys, there's a line that Jordan said yesterday, which I thought was quite telling, that he says whenever he plays an American, you know, he almost feels like he doesn't really know what he's getting himself into. It could be Shane Van Boning or some bloke off the street, was the word that he said.
Right, and it's kind of a vice versa. Say a lot of these people, you know. Now Jordan Shepherd's kind of getting a name for himself, and Tom Cousins, but yeah, you can't really look at somebody and know if they're any good at pool, and so. Yeah,
I think Tom Cousins will be a pretty big unknown quantity to a lot of Americans. For us Europeans who follow pool, he's one of the biggest names, but
yeah, I think it's just tough when you don't know what to expect.
Speaking to Adam Cisneros in the comms booth the game before, and he said he watched one of Tom's games, and he said he instantly could tell just the way that Tom addressed the table and cued the ball. He was like, okay, so this guy's good.
Yeah, there's not much hiding that stroke of his, so he's played some shots. Bearing in mind he's probably only played on an American ball box since Tuesday.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's ever played in a bar box until this week. He played a little bit of 9-ball before, back in the UK. I think he's had one go at GB9, which is the British 9-ball tour.
Yeah, and he's played a little Chinese 8-ball as well, but you know, it's still a completely different game.
Another chance to take a look at the Tom Cousins break. It is the side break. He's looking at that second ball down. And not gone to plan on that occasion. So Lucas Taylor is going to get an immediate chance for a reprieve after what happened in the last game.
Yeah, and Tom just still not comfortable with the break. I'm pretty sure he might end up switching up again and going back to the front ball break. And we've still not seen anyone really dial the break in. It's
well, the only one I'd say is Justin Bergman yesterday couldn't not make a ball. He seemed to just have a spot and it was working every single time. Almost like a 9-ball break. He was getting the same ball in the same pocket every time. Couldn't quite get it going this morning, interestingly, or this afternoon, I should say. But also heard reports. You know how it works at these events. You sort of hear whispers around the venue, don't you? We heard reports of Joe Prince breaking spectacularly well. We're not seeing him on the TV table yet, but he's running really, really well again in this competition.
Yeah, apparently he's made 7 balls on the break already. So I'm sure if you ask Joe Prince, he'll tell you 10. But I heard it was 7.
Well, Lucas Taylor is in danger here of doing Tom Cousins' work for him. Targeted that 4-ball on the last shot.
Yeah, this is a big shot.
No, it was a risk. It was a real risk. There was maybe a case there to be a little bit less aggressive for Lucas Taylor. I can understand why he wanted to be attacking.
Yeah, but he might have got away with it a little bit. Say he's left him a little bit funny on this 9 with the 13 balls covering that bottom pocket. So well, maybe it wasn't. Never in doubt.
Well, they are decently sized pockets here on the diamond tables. Even if you've not got a whole pocket to aim in at, you can still punch them in.
Yeah, and I think he's left himself a good angle just to break out the 12-7.
It's a brilliant shot he's played there, Tom. It really is. Absolutely perfect. There you go. He's actually been a bit unlucky with how he's landed after that. To not have an easy, obvious ball anywhere on the table is tough. It's probably the only spot on the table he could be where he wouldn't have that.
Yeah, he's got a couple of half chances, but I think he'll have to let the cue ball go wild.
Oh, how good is that? How good is that?
I think we just need to start saying he's fine and he'll be out from here on out. So.
Well, that's what I've learned over the last few years of commentating on Tom in the UK. But I tell you what, considering all of this essentially is brand new, to find a shot like that is a really good sign for TC at this stage of the competition.
Yeah, and obviously, if you've not played on a English table and an American bar box table, the rails react completely different. The angles are completely different on a bank. So the fact that he's just adjusted so quick is, unbelievable.
Yeah, it was one of the first things I asked him actually on Friday in the shootout. Asked him, you're having to adapt your game at all, and he said, to be honest, yeah, this, on an English table sometimes I'd be comfortable leaving a double, as he would say, or a bank shot, but he says he doesn't really want to leave them because he doesn't really feel that confident on it, but he is much more confident shooting the ball down the rail.
Yeah, and obviously that's just to do with the cut of the pockets. It's definitely a different pattern that you can play in America versus you can play in the UK. But yeah, he picked up on that pretty quick, and here we are.
Yeah, fast learner is RTC. Yeah, he's just come far enough back there to make this fairly routine. .30.
Yeah, and it's kind of the standard we're at. I say Lucas has made one mistake, and it's 3-0 down, and he's one miss.
Yeah, I can completely understand how the last game ended up how it was. I do just wonder if Lucas maybe a touch unnecessarily pushed the boat out in that third game, because that was a really tough finish, and by going after it he only made it available to Tom Cousins. When he first came to the table, it was a tough finish for both.
Yeah, and I think that's almost the Tom Cousin effect. Sometimes you feel like regardless where you leave him, you don't want to give him a chance at the table.
Yeah, and I think the state of the game probably informed that a little bit as well. 2-0 down, you're anxious to get that first one on the board. Sometimes you can't force it. Well, he's got a ball and he's got a chance.
That was a great breakout for him. So he's got his problem ball out, so if he can just connect the dots from here, he's on the scoreboard.
Yeah, played that one nicely. He will feel a whole lot better if he can just chalk that one up on the board. Lucas Taylor. Long way to go in this game yet.
Yeah, and quite often in the ultimate pool format, you think it's game over, and all of a sudden there's 10 minutes to go, and it's hill, and you don't really know how we got there.
Yeah, we do see an awful lot in these time matches. Just hurries the game along some. Ooh, I didn't love that choice.
Yeah,
He's okay.
I'm surprised he hit it so hard. I figured he'd just almost bump into the 6 and try hold it.
It looked like he was straight enough to do that, but obviously felt like he couldn't. He's actually got a nice natural angle here just to float around onto the 13. Well, the reason why he's gone so far is he almost overcut that. Needed to play it into the thicker side of the pocket, and I think the cue ball would have stopped somewhere around the middle of the table. As it is, he's got a bit of a cut here.
It's a good recovery shot, but he's still got a tough 8.
Yeah, he's really having to earn this first rack, isn't he, Lucas Taylor? Not been easy for him. In it goes, well done. Great visit to the table from Lucas. Had to fire a little bit on it, but he'll sit back in his chair and he'll feel so much better for having that first one on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I'll give him a lot of confidence stroking in that hard 8 ball.
See there, the back of the Welsh Wizard's head. He's watching Amy Beecham's game, I believe, on that table. John Shepherd is safely ensconced in the next rounds here in the Open. And he's awaiting Jovan Bustamante. The two of them will throw down on the TV table once Tom Cousins and Lucas Taylor are quite finished with it.
Yeah, and Bustamante has been very entertaining to watch, and
yeah, great player.
He's enjoying the format too, so we'll definitely see him again.
And just to check in, just a great break there from Tom Cousins. Mentioned earlier how Sean Halleck was 5-2 up on Chris Reinhold in the other last 16 match that's still to finish. While Chris Reinhold is proving stubborn, it's 5-all now.
Yeah, he's as Dave Matlock found out, he's hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just opened up his headache ball again, and that's one thing I do notice about Tom. He goes after that problem ball straight away. We've seen some players leave it a little bit later, but as soon as he's on it, he's firing at it.
Tom Cousins doing what Tom Cousins does when he is at his best. He makes this game look almost annoyingly simple.
Yeah, it's just nice to kind of sit back and watch him do his work.
Yeah, dead straight on his two last balls. That's economy of movement with the cue ball, is that? Very, very good.
It's another good break from him. I say he's a couple of headaches, but he's making a ball every time. So
yeah, it's just not quite coming out as easy, is it? I think you've probably got to go solids here, but it's not exactly a simple finish.
No, I think he'll play the 2-1 combo, and he might be able to break it out, the 3-ball out from the 6. Yeah, I thought he'd have played that combo a little bit softer though, because now this one has to be inch perfect. Oh, never mind, the 3-ball goes past the 6, so he doesn't need to break it out.
Oh, it did. It did, but that could be a big, big moment. It's not often you see those pockets reject those sorts of shots, but it's just the pace, I think, that just Lucas played it at.
Oh, nice. And he's made the bank, but he's given himself a little bit more work to do.
Yeah, this could be fun.
And I really don't understand why he banked it. Not that I'm going to question Tom Cousins, but I can't give you a good reason why he did. I think this is going to be the shot of the rack. Oh, nice.
It'll do. It'll do.
I say good players get lucky.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that with Justin Bergman in the last match. It's amazing how often, when you don't really need it, you get those runs. Tom Cousins is 4-1 up. He's playing well. He doesn't need to get those little touches, but when you're playing well, when your luck's in, your luck's in.
Yeah, and Lucas is probably thinking, what's he got to do just to get back on the table?
He's still not out here, Tom Cousins. He's got some work to do. He's pretty much dead straight on this 15 at the top there, and I don't know how on earth you get back down to be able to pot the 12. Hold on to your hats here. Oh, how good's this? Oh, he just wanted to be a millimetre on the left side of the 6 as we look at it, and he'd have been perfect. He might still have a shot. Don't think he can see the potting angle.
No, when I say if he digs down on it, he's got to be careful. I think he's banking it. No, oh, of course. Straight in.
It's amazing. If there's any of the English viewers who are tuning in to the Colorado Open here, you've seen this one before. These are the sorts of finishes that Tom Cousins has just sort of made compulsory in Ultimate Pool over the last few years. The sort of ones where you can't quite believe he keeps doing it.
Yeah, no, I think he's got a cheat code or something going on. So it's I keep saying I won't doubt him if he's going to get out, and then every time I think he's stuck, he just rolls it straight in anyway. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to say though, it was a fabulous shot to land on that 12.
Yeah, I say the amount of inside he put on that on the slick cloth for it to grab and come down, I say it was almost inch perfect.
Well, I would say it was millimetre perfect in the end. Yeah, Lucas looks like he's seen enough of this guy.
Yeah,
I can't blame him.
And obviously Tom switched to the other side on his last break, and I say he had more success, so looks like he's going to break from the other side again. And he's definitely used every inch of that kitchen to try to work out this break. And it's a great spread for him.
Yeah, you can't grumble at this, can you, for Tom Cousins?
No, but the only thing I would say about his break, I've never seen anyone in the US break over the pocket. Because the diamond tables, they do have the rubber on the pockets as well, so that's kind of an interesting cut break. But it's definitely working for him. And yeah, Tom's just gliding around the table.
Very, very good once again from Tom Cousins. Just relentless, isn't it? He's going to be a real threat to this event.
Yeah, and
got to feel for Lucas a little bit.
Yeah.
That expression really sort of said it all, really.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just kind of got to, even though you're a competitor, you just kind of got to sit back and appreciate what you're witnessing.
Nice to see the two of them sharing a smile. Generally played in a really good spirit this weekend. Has been on all the Ultimate Pool USA events.
Yeah, I've seen opponents helping other opponents out with the rules. I've seen them help them rack, and I mean, yeah, it's been a really nice environment.
So once again, Lucas makes a ball, and once again, you just look at what he's leaving, and it is just tough. Always seems to have been some kind of work. I think in an ideal world you'd want to be stripes. I don't think there's a way you can be. So solids will be the play. Well, you than me here, Lucas. The Womble's obviously the biggest problem.
Yeah, and he's either got a tough shot on the 4 or the 7.
Oh, he went for the 3-ball plant. That was brave.
Yeah, and he's opened it all out for Tom.
Yeah, tough one. It was a really, really tough finish, that. I did wonder if he could potentially, if he landed sort of right in the middle of the table and got rid of the 6 as straight as he could on that line, whether he could maybe play the 5 into the corner and bump into the 1 at the same time. But even then, you're limited with your options. Having to play 2 or 3 good shots just to be able to play the breakout.
Right, and say, yeah, again, I think he's just trying to force a situation and, you know, try and make something out of nothing.
Can't blame a man for trying. It 6-1 down.
Yeah, I'd be swinging for the hills as well.
So I'm just trying to figure out the line off this 12. Just so he can plot his cue ball path. He'll be pretty pleased with that. Especially if he can get through to the 10. But if he can't, he might have a shot to play.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up looking at the 15-10 combo.
15-second shot clock has just begun. Tom's called his extension there. Good time to do it.
Uncontrolled perfectly. Again.
Yeah, any further and he's in trouble. But played perfectly. 3 shots away from a very, very good win.
Yeah, and if the other opponents are watching this match, they'll definitely don't want Tom Cousins right now.
Absolutely not. So Chris Reinhold and Sean Halleck, the only of the last 16 game to finish, is now 6-6 after being 5-5. Those two are right up against it. Joe Prince awaits Tom Cousins as he knocks in the 8 ball to qualify through to the quarter-final. And that will be a rematch of earlier on in the tournament where Joe Prince bumped TC to the B side. He's out for revenge, and the way he's playing, you would not bet against him as we lose Lucas Taylor and say goodbye to him. Tom Cousins marches on in the Colorado Open. We've still got one more match to come this afternoon. Jovan Bustamante will take on Jordan Shepherd in our first quarter-final here in Colorado. Do stay with us for that. We'll catch a word with Tom Cousins as well before we get to that.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025. and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, everybody. Tom Cousins into the Colorado Open quarterfinal. Super performance, TC. You must be really pleased with that one.
Yeah, happy with the way I played there. And like I said off camera, I think I've just found the break that I need to use for the rest of the event.
Yeah, it's that's been the big question, hasn't it, for you? Because you know what you're doing on an English pool table when it comes to the break. It's such a weapon for you. But has it been quite almost frustrating knowing that once you get to the table, you're fine, but actually having one of your biggest weapons taken away for this event?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's weird not having one of the best breaks here. It's one of the worst, to be fair, before. But no, touch wood, I think I found it, and hopefully I can kick on from that.
Had a couple of really good visits to the table in that game, and there was one which was particularly nice where you played a load of inside to come down the table, landed millimetre perfect on the 12 to the bottom right. Looked like a second that you might be snookered, but you're having to work hard at times, but it looks like you've really got to grips with the table and the cue ball pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said yesterday, when I'm going for a finish, I'll play on areas because I'm not as good as some of us controlling the white, so I play for an area, give myself as many options as I can, and then just trust my potting. And luckily, once or twice, I needed a good white. I found it.
Yeah, and there was even played a bank shot in there as well. You're properly getting to grips.
Yeah, well, that was pretty a standard one, I think, because if you play it, I've been told if you play it dead weight, it sort of stays on the same line. It's when you hit it a bit of pace. So I just rolled it in dead weight and managed to drop.
You look like you're really enjoying the game out here. Is it that because it is different and it's a new challenge, has it given you that little bit of extra energy for it?
Yeah, like I was saying yesterday, it's great to be here and just have a bit of a change. Different cues, different balls, and I'm really enjoying it and looking forward to the next one.
And it's nice to have some success with it as well, of course, into the court as you go. Best of luck for that one later
Cheers,
on.
Jamo.
And we've got our first quarter-final coming up for you on the stream in just a second. Jordan Shepherd's in action. He's taking on Jovan Bustamante in just a moment. Stay with us.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
And we are back with a big quarterfinal match here. Jovan Bustamante and Jordan Shepard. This is going to be a great match. Good break for Jordan starting off with the ball down. There's a little bit of trouble here, depending on which way he goes. Really, the 10 and the 13 and the 9 and the 7 are going to make things difficult whichever way it goes. It looks like he's going to try and take the 1 on the side here. Great shot to start it off. He's got a lot of work to do. This is going to be a big error for Jordan here. It's the first break. You have a chance to get a good start. And that's a big scratch. He's going to be able to utilize this ball in hand to break the 10 and the 13. Or the 9, I apologize. He may be able to take the 10 or in either side once those pockets are cleared up. He's just going to have to take it one ball at a time here. He's played this well enough that he can now use the 10 to open up the 13 ball. And he has his choice of doing it now or on the next shot. The 12 ball being close to that side pocket might make it a little tougher to get shape on. And that's going to be a big mistake there by Jovan. He really needed to be able to shoot the 10 ball or the 13 now and he's not going to be able to. Stephen Wyatt, joined by Stephen Jameson. And this is a big match. This is a semifinal match. I'm sorry, a quarterfinal match. And that was a big mistake by Joven. And after a scratch on the break, Jordan Shepard coming back to the table with a chance to regain control of this first rack.
Yeah, the first racks are always big in these big matches. Quarterfinal time in the Colorado Open. Jordan felt like he couldn't really miss that bank shot, and so it proved.
Not necessarily the shot you want to take on first, but he played it really well.
I really like the way that he's played that combo there. He played it in such a way that he deliberately moved the 7 just to give himself this angle to then work around to the 4. It's a really subtle little touch there from Jordan Shepard. That, however, is not the best shot he's ever played.
Well, I'll tell you, he made a mistake earlier on. He played a shot, went a rail or two, and caromed off another ball and scratched, which is something I haven't seen Jordan Shepard do very much at all. And then that error right there, I'm wondering if this weekend is wearing on Jordan a little bit. He's had a bunch of tight matches that were important, and we haven't seen him make very many errors at all. He's made 2 in the first rack of this quarterfinal matchup.
Question here is, what's he left Joven? I think Joven can see the 14. I don't know if he can see the potting angle of it though.
If he can see the angle to shoot the 14, I think his cue ball will allow him to come up, but he's just going to play safe here.
It's a pretty good one.
Really good shot.
Yeah, pretty good one. There's now no hiding place for Jordan Shepard, so he's got to go big or go home here.
I know it's still early, but we haven't really seen Jordan be put in this position too much. We've seen a lot of break and runs and a lot of...
Well, if you're going to leave it anywhere, leave it there. I think he's hooked on his ball. That's incredible.
And maybe a little fortune there for Jordan.
A little fortune.
I do think he can see the edge of this tin ball, and I'm just wondering if he can skim it just enough to get back behind the 8 or even close to the 14. He may even be able to make it.
Oh, he could.
Is he going to get lucky?
Ooh,
wow.
I think he is. That's incredible. Jordan can't grumble because his last shot he got a huge slice of fortune. What's he looking at here?
I think you have to go offensive, but really the only shot here, I mean, you're back cutting the bank. I have no clue what he's going to do here. Oh, he could see more than I thought he could.
Jordan lets the table know what he thinks about this rack. Said earlier, I can't remember if it was you on commentary with me, Stephen, but the reason why a lot of folks love Jordan Shepard is because he never really shies away from what he's thinking and feeling out there, and that's for good and for bad.
Yeah, we've talked about him being a player with a lot of emotion, and playing with his heart. Lots of twists and turns in this first rack.
And it's going to be Joven Bustamante who gets the first one down.
Should be a simple 8 ball, but the pressure and the craziness of this first rack, nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah, you could just see the way he had to just bridge over that corner pocket was just a bit funky, so just took a little bit of an extra second to reset and goes 1-0 in front. Jordan Shepherd has at times been a bit of a slow starter this weekend.
Interesting to note, while we're getting ready for rack number 2, we are getting down to the wire on both of our juniors and our ladies open event. We are now into the quarterfinal matchups. Several good junior players are battling it out on the outside tables to get a shot at the trophy to play in the arena for the title.
Yeah, and also in the main open here, as Jovan breaks off, he has been breaking beautifully this weekend. Is just to bring you up to date with the quarterfinals. We've got Gabe Owen currently 3-1 up on Justin Bergman, which is a great start for Gabe in that match. Still a long way to go, of course, but a very good start. I say that, Steve. I've just refreshed my scoreboard. It's currently Justin Bergman 4, Gabe Owen 3. So Gabe Owen was 3-1 up, and he's currently 4-3 behind.
I was going to say, I don't think we've seen Justin down at all this weekend.
Well, we haven't seen it for long. Tom Cousins is taking on Joe Prince in that quarterfinal. He is 1-0 down. Joe Prince with a good start. Eric Picard is 1-0 up on Sean Halleck, who has had, well, just a hell of a day, really. Took down Chris Melling first thing this morning, Sean Halleck, and just the run continued, really, because then it was all about what he did in the next match, and he took a great win, 7-6 over Chris Reinhold. So Sean Halleck has been through the mill, and he's taking on Eric Picard now in the quarterfinal.
So with that information being given, we now know that there will be a new champion here in Colorado.
Yeah.
Because our reigning and defending is no longer defending. He has been eliminated in the final 32. Jovan here needs to find a way to get the 11 ball playable. I don't know if he can get to the rail and have a shot. This is a big moment right here.
Yeah, he's got to play a really good shot here. A really good one.
It's worth noting that Joe Prince is the player that sent Tom Cousins to the losers bracket, or the B side.
Yeah, it's a rematch there.
So I'm sure Tom's looking for revenge, but I have to say Joe has been very, very good this weekend. And look at this. You can't stress how good of a shot that was.
Brilliant.
Because you had to be in that spot. I don't think you could be any lower on the rail, and any higher you risk scratching. Jovan really starting off very well here. Maybe could have done for a little bit better of an angle. I think he'll be okay. Yeah, good shot there by Jovan. Really, Jordan Shepherd had an opportunity in the first rack, made a very, very big couple of mistakes, and he's let Jovan into this match. It's now 2-0. A lot of pool left to play. Interesting note, the time so far, we're 2 racks in, and we're already down 11.5 minutes. The pace of play has been much faster, so it's very possible that we're going to see that shot clock come into play a little bit later on in this match. Jovan had a rough start to the weekend in the shootout. Couldn't seem to get anything going, and his break was failing him a little bit. But he's come back soon. Oh, this is just A rough start for Jordan Shepard, and really the fortune has been on Jovan's side all the way around.
Yeah, pretty tough kicking off that, it really is. One thing you would say is it was also a dry break, so it was almost as good as a scratch, really.
Yeah, the only good factor here is there's a lot of issues.
Yeah, both stripes and solids are horrible, really. What do you do about that 2-ball?
Yeah, he's solved part 1, but there's 6 more parts to go. It's going to make this a very difficult out.
See, for me, I would maybe argue that, especially if the 15 goes past the 7, which, to be fair, I'm not sure it does. But Jovan's potted a ball, and I'd probably say, looking at the table right now, if you came to it, you'd rather be stripes rather than solids, which you've just potted.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I was just about to mention that I feel like this is going to be a very tactical game. This could be a clock killer, which for Jordan is not something he really wants to deal with, because while it's still early, he's down.
Well, if Jordan can get a clear sight of a stripe, he will feel pretty confident he can go, because in playing that last safety shot there, Jovan just moved the 7 to the point where I'm now pretty convinced the 15 goes. Is he going into the 2 here? He is.
That was a phenomenal shot. It's very hard to control the draw on that ball when you're so close to it, and you're hitting it at a high rate of speed. But there's still more work to be done here. That 6-7 is...
I still maintain I'd want to be stripes.
Yeah, well, it's looking better and better the more Jovan moves things.
Yeah, there's definitely that side to it too. I just think the 8 ball's a bit awkward as well. The 6 and the 7 are difficult. He's going to have to work really, really hard here.
Yeah, the difficulty of the shots he's had to take have all been very, very high. And it's just not been a fun run for Jovan. And again, just little itty-bitty things that are making this tough, but he's really doing it well.
Can he pull up behind the 6 here?
I almost might want to shoot the 7 first and give myself angle on the 4 ball. Oh, he got the angle well. The 8 ball does have a pocket into the side. It's thin. He's going to have to be in a good spot.
So it's been pretty good from Jovan Bustamante just to get here, but he's still got one more very, very good shot to play.
And I have to feel like the way he's played this rack out so far, I have to feel like he's going to get there, but there are no guarantees. Doesn't want to be on the rail.
I don't think there's a lot of room here.
He should be okay, but again, that was just a very difficult run, using the 11 ball as a helper.
That is a very, very good visit to the table from Jovan Bustamante. It really, really is. Super, super finish.
Yeah, Jovan played that really well, and I'm starting to think that maybe Jordan is just a little tired out. I think maybe he's broken the best out of everybody all weekend long. And so far, he's just had a really rough run of things in this match.
Just give you an update from the Women's Open. Kat Guest, Kennedy Mayman, Sophia Mast and Ori Garcia Munter are awaiting the players to come through from the losers qualification. And Amy Beecham and Jordan Helfrey have both achieved that. Holly Figueroa and Tara Connor are both on the hill against Sarah Stevens and Pam Mason, respectively. So the 4 ladies in the quarters currently: Kat Guest, Kennedy Mayman, Sophia Mast and Ori Garcia Munter. The 4 of them will await a random draw of the 4 from the losers bracket.
Uh-oh.
Disaster. Just what Jordan Shepherd needed.
Well, and I don't blame him because Jordan jumped out of his chair here. That was a monster break by Joven.
I can tell you just before we get into this one, in the juniors, Sophia Mast is already in the semi-final there as well. Shane Petrick is also in the semis. He awaits the winner of Caden Herbach and Braden Gallegos. It's Caden on the hill there, 5-4 in front. Reed Larson currently 3-0 up on Jordan Helfrey to meet Sophia Mast in the semi. And the rematch from Kansas City in the juniors is very much still on, as Jordan takes on the Stripes. Rather you than me here, Jordan. This is very, very tight.
Yeah, I think it's a little deceiving. I think that it's going to clip off the 3 pretty cleanly if it doesn't go clean. Wow.
Yeah, that was deceiving. Looked like I have a needle stuff there, but there was plenty of room.
It's very hard to see, but wow, I mean, so this is what Jordan needed, and it's very important for Joven here. He does not need to let that take the rails off of the train. It's very hard sometimes mentally to do that, but he's just got to get back on track. Very exciting. You know, at these events, we grow somewhat attached to some of these junior players because they all have a lot of heart and they all show a lot of respect for the game. So when you hear the juniors that are coming through into that semifinals, sometimes you get a little excited when you hear certain names. Of course, I'm a big fan of Braden, who's a local here, Jordan Helfrey, Sophia Mast, Shane Petrick, all of those players I've become attached to. So it's going to be very interesting to see who makes it into the arena for the title. But right now, a big break for Jordan. He needs some good fortune and showing his frustration with the dry break. Yeah, he's very unhappy here. He had balls really going towards the pocket all over the place. He got 6 pockets and he probably had 6 balls. Just didn't happen. This is another rack where things are a little tricky because the stripes are not extremely available, so he's going to take the solids here. The 7 is an important shot. He's going to have to figure out how to maneuver that one. As we just dip under the 22-minute mark, we're a little bit back more on scale with where we generally are. Maybe a little slow. Well, that was a really good combination shot by Joven, but it's kind of made his track a little harder. The 1 ball's now in a weird spot. He's going to have an awkward bridge here on the 4 ball. He's got a good opportunity here to break out the 7. Uh-oh. this is a big moment.
A big moment.
The successful breakout, but you always have to make the ball first. Jordan Shepard literally running to the table to get back into this match. The 9 ball just passes the 2 ball. And Jordan's kind of landed 50-yard line of everything here. Could have done with 2 inches more or 2 inches less. Makes a good shot.
Jordan's not made the best of starts in this match, but this is where he needs to show almost another side to his game. The grinder. The one who sticks in it, doesn't give up. And he's still fighting. 3-2.
Yeah, and we're looking at a situation here where that cue ball off the table was a big moment in the match.
Yeah.
And again, it's still early. We still have pool to play, but Joven really looked almost unstoppable to the point where Jordan was, emotional as he is, he was not happy with what was going on the table. And I believe Joven had a pretty good mental edge at the moment. But the cue ball off the table, the missed ball there,
it's swung the game.
Joven's going to need to dial it back and figure out how to stay on top right now. Don't want to overcook this break. That last break is going to be in his head.
Well, that's perfect. Can't break him better than that. You just cannot break them better than that.
Yeah, and nothing is touching. I think there's probably 4 inches in between every ball. This is
just saw Jordan Shepard's face there. He just said, "Oh well, let's go again on the next one." Because at this level, you never like to talk them in before they go in, but at this level, these are going to be gone by Joe and Bustamante, and it would be a huge surprise if they didn't.
Yeah, and this is the moment where Joven's really got to calm his nerves, settle down, because he doesn't want to overstimulate himself because he got a good break. I've seen it happen so many times where a player breaks phenomenal. They have a great layout in front of them, and because they feel like it's just all right there, they make simple mistakes.
You still need to keep your concentration all right. He just needs to be careful. The one ball could become a little bit of a problem for him if he's, just a bit of a... These finishes are only simple when you take the balls out in the right order. That's the art of pattern play, and I feel like Joven might just missed a trick here. Because landing on the one now requires a really good shot.
Yeah, he's put himself in a position where the one ball only goes to 2 diagonal corner pockets, and the cue ball is going to make it tough. He's got the side as well, and he's played for that. That's a good shot. He's going to be moving the cue ball away from the one, wants to really just control the speed here, either firm and off the top, just like that.
Yeah, absolutely fine there for Joe and Bustamante, and Yeah, there's an element of maybe slightly overemphasizing the point, but he did have to play one good shot there, which he maybe, in hindsight, didn't really have to, but he's over the line. He's 4-2 in front. And that was a big game for Joven, just to stop the rot a little bit, keep Jordan in his chair. As with any other pool player, that is the best way to beat them.
And the Welsh Wizard probably wishing that he had that magic wand so he could swap these scores around, because Jordan Shepherd is not in this situation very often where he doesn't seem to be in control of what's going on the table. Every match we've seen, even against Chris in the shootout, he looked like he was in control for the most part. He's looked a little off in this match. Big break, ball down. This is definitely what was needed.
Yeah, for sure.
But again, it's messy, and you hear Jordan a little bit expressing his unlike for the way these balls have landed. The 13 and 6 are a problem for sure. I don't really know how I would go about this to start off. Jordan believes it's the stripes, and he's bumped a couple balls. He's come out with a shot, and he's come out with not only a shot, but a shot to break out the 13. And this is a little bit of a dream scenario. If he can see the 15 to the side or the 13 to the corner, I feel like he's in a very good position to get out here. The 12 could be a problem. I just can't tell if the 12 ball goes. That's what he's looking at right now.
I tell you, we have our first Colorado Open semi-finalist. Justin Bergman has made it. 7-4 win over Gabe Owen after being, I think, is it 3-1 or 4-1 down?
3-1.
It's 3-1. Then he ran 6 of the next 7 to take that one down 7-4.
Playing alternate break as well. That's tough.
Eric Picard and Sean Halleck are 2-2. Tom Cousins is 4-1 down to Joe Prince, who continues his fabulous form here in the States. Jordan Shepherd looking to fly the flag for the Europeans here.
Uh-oh.
Just overcut it. Just overcut it. That's why the cue ball's long.
Oh. This is extremely unfortunate for Jordan. He just can't seem to get his feet out of the sand. Just when you think he's going to claw his way out. A really, really bad mistake comes up, and Joven, I don't know if on paper Joven's the underdog. I don't know by how much he is, but you got to think Jordan's so comfortable in this arena that he probably would be the favorite. Joven's really come together.
I'm a little surprised to see Joven start where he has there. He came to have a bit of a frown at the bottom of the table, and I can see why. You know, the 5 is in the way of the 6, but he could have very easily, you know, put the cue ball on the bottom rail, nudged the 5 in, knocked in the 6. Maybe if he wants to, then he can, sorry, the 3, and then knock in the 6, or maybe leave the 6 there for later. But he's going to have to play quite a good shot here, because there's not a load of room to land, I don't think, on the 5. Because you want to be as straight as possible, because You want to keep the cue ball down there.
So Joven is one of those players that's going to work from one end of the table to the other. And
well, if you can play position like that, then what are you worried about, I guess?
And it's still not the greatest just because of how close he came to that 5 ball. You never want to risk a foul. And it's just, he's so touchy, but he's going to come out of this well. And I don't think I've never had these words come out of my mouth. I think Jordan Shepherd is going to be trailing 5-2 in just a few seconds. I do like the fact that Joven is really taking his time with this. It seems like maybe one of the mistakes he made earlier when he let Jordan back in a little was simply a rushing mistake. And I think he is very aware of that, and he's just taking his time on everything he can. Might even be milking the clock a little bit.
Maybe. But there's a possibility of that for sure. Intentional or not, we are ticking down. And that's less than 11 and a half to go. And Joe Bustamante has a 3-rack lead, 5-2. And time is dwindling in this one. I think we've probably still got enough time to play every rack out if we needed to, but it'd be with its fair share of clock pressure.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.